Mr. Clerk, time is 7 p.m. I call this special meeting of council in order. Council, can I get a motion to approve the agenda with the added items? Moved by Councillor Humphreys, second. Councillor Kim. Any comments or questions? Councillor Gallo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask that we move items 2 and 3 before item 1. In my view, when you purchase a car, you want to see what your financing is like and where your money's coming from prior to actually signing a contract. It doesn't affect the discussion, but I think it's important to deal with the financial aspects of it prior to the tender.
Someone like to second that? Councillor Gardner. Call the vote. It's an amendment, yes. Call the vote. Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Kim. That fails. Back to the approval of the agenda. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Gallo, you have another comment, or is that?
Asked to waive the procedural bylaw to allow for all councillors to have 2 15-minute chances to speak, as we would have had this at if it had come to a GC and then council.
So that's an amendment. Someone like to second that? Councillor Gilliland. Mr. Clerk. Thank you. Call the vote. So my council, we need 2/3 to waive procedure. That fails. Back to the approval of the agenda. I have no one on my screen. Councillor Gardner.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. As this is a council agenda, do we have 5 minutes and 5 minutes to speak?
Correct. As per our procedural bylaw, yes.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion that we do it as if it was a GC, which I believe is 10 minutes and 5 minutes.
That would be a reconsideration in essence. We just finished voting on that, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, this is such an important issue. To have 5 minutes and 5 minutes doesn't seem to be correct.
Well, we all agreed on the procedural bylaw. Procedural bylaw states 5 minutes and 5 minutes, Councillor. I would suggest that the next time we have the procedural bylaw update that you put forward that motion and we can make those necessary changes. But it seems quite clearly from this council sitting here that the majority have decided that we should stick to our procedural bylaw as stated.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the clerk. Mr. Clerk, is a special council meeting governed under the council meeting, or is it a different?
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the special council meeting rules are the same as the normal council meetings and rules in the procedure bylaw.
Thank you. That will have to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. For no other comments or questions on the approval of the agenda, I will call the vote. We need 2/3 for the added items, which are the added delegations. That carries. So, Council, before I go to the declarations, well, actually, I'll ask declarations of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, before I get to the delegations, Council, just a few housekeeping things. Council, you may remove your mask if you are to speak, as we have our own mics. Delegations, just because we're sharing the mic, this is our first time back in an in-person meeting, we're going to ask that you keep the mask on at this point because everyone's going to be sharing that one mic, and so we just want to be cautious about that. And I'll just remind anyone, if you do come up in a tandem, if you could be physically distanced, and the person, obviously both of you keep your masks on, so we would appreciate that, so we can make sure that everyone stays safe here tonight. Thank you. So with that, we will start with our delegations, and our first delegation is Deborah Wilson, Chair, Board of Directors, Aurora Chamber of Commerce, regarding item 1, Library Square. I think they're all regarding the same item, so I won't speak to that. I'll just mention who's coming up. Ms. Wilson, thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, interested parties. My name is Deborah Wilson, and I'm the chair of the Aurora Chamber of Commerce. And I'm here tonight to delegate on the issue of Library Square. The Aurora Chamber of Commerce is, and always has been, in support of the development of Library Square. We are a strong advocate for the revitalization of the downtown area and a proponent for the activities that foster growth and business success for our members and the business community. The Chamber always acts in the best interests of our members and looks to keep them informed on matters that impact their businesses, especially in today's economic climate. Today, we know that many of our businesses are struggling with unknown post-pandemic business realities that may last as long as 2022 and beyond. The Chamber supports Library Square and the revitalization that it would bring to the downtown core. There are concerns around the unknown impacts of the pandemic and the resulting increases in taxes from all levels of government, especially in these economic conditions. It is our responsibility to research and analyze any increases in taxes and ask appropriate questions, which we have done at the municipal level, including having several questions answered by the CAO as late as this morning. These are difficult times, and we ask responsible questions on behalf of our members. We make every effort to ensure that the business community of Aurora is positioned for success. Decisions made here tonight by council will impact the entire business community, as this is a project with significant scope and financial impact. We have reviewed the financials for the project, and we will continue to serve our members by monitoring the project and keeping them informed on the fiscal accountability of the project. The Aurora Chamber of Commerce has always valued its relationship with the town, and we will continue to strengthen our relationship for the benefit of the business community as we move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Council, can I get a motion to receive and refer? Councillor Humphreys, second by Councillor Thompson. Any comments or questions for the delegate? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Gallo.
Thank you for coming and expressing your... Can you hear me now? Thank you for coming and expressing the Chamber's view. I just had one question. As you know, we got 2 separate letters from you, and I'd like to read the significant difference in the 2, and perhaps you can explain why there's a significant difference. The first one, near the end, says, for this reason, and there's a preamble to that, the Chamber is respectfully requesting that the town pause, reevaluate the scope of the project in light of the current economic conditions, and clarify for the business community what the long-term tax implications are under the new funding model. And just today, oddly enough, we got a new letter from you, and the change is interesting because now it says, we have reviewed the financials for the project, and we will continue to serve our members by monitoring the project and keeping them informed on the fiscal accountability of the project. Can you help me understand? To me, those are pretty separate and distinctive things, and it's quite a jump from one to the other. Could you describe why the change?
Ms. Wilson?
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor Gallo. I think the first question is, why did we originally ask for the pause? And the answer to that is that tax increases of 2019 have very different implications than of 2020. The questions asked as late as yesterday were meant to clarify any potential financial implications. The funding model for the project is very complex and makes assumptions on things like rates of return that will impact the financial outcomes. It is for this reason that we will continue to monitor the project.
Councillor?
Can I finish?
Oh, yep, sorry,
Yeah.
I thought you were done, Ms. Wilson.
Then I think the secondary question, Councillor Gallo, was why are we no longer asking for a pause? The Chamber has always been in support of Library Square. The pandemic and the fact that the funding model had changed required us to pause, take a closer look at the financial plans, which we have now done, and we have received answers to our questions. Thank you.
Councillor?
And I'm just curious because to me there's, I don't know what new information you would have gotten between, in the last 2 days that would be helpful to know the extent of that information to allow the Chamber to have such a different opinion. To me, it's quite drastic. It just seems very odd to me that the Chamber would just 2 days ago say to push pause, and today is a very different perspective. I just can't imagine what you guys discussed and what impact the community would have had on you. That's just a statement. You don't have to answer that. I think I know the answer anyway.
So, Councillor, I was going to say you should ask the delegates questions. It's not to continue making comments and statements. You can do that during the items. There was no question there, Ms. Wilson. Thank you. Any other comments or questions to the delegate? Seeing none, Ms. Wilson, thank you very much for coming. And we're looking forward to continuing our partnership with the Aurora Chamber, a strong partnership that we've been working on for many years. So thank you very much for coming. Council, call the vote. That carries. Next delegation, Ms. Walmer, resident, in regards to item 3. Ms. Walmer, welcome. You have 5 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to start with a quote from Psychology Today that talks about the fact that we're living in uncertain times and that pandemics have no politics. COVID-19 needs new responses, and uncertainty is one of the most difficult human experiences. It means not having control over what might happen to us. So how do we make choices and take risks when none of us know how long this pandemic will last? How will it ultimately affect the economy? And how might we need to change our communities if things turn out worse than expected? We can reduce the risk and increase our resilience by accepting that we will end up in a new place. We have to take a deep breath and allow time for things to work out. We need to pause and think. Many of us share deep concerns about what's happening in the world, Canada, Ontario, and our community, Aurora, that we love. And so a small group, AuroraEngage.ca, began. Who are they? They're a group of local citizens asking town council to pause and think before spending $60+ million on the entire Library Square project. The federal government has said no funding to this project, and the provincial government has said no. And in these uncertain economic times, we're asking council to pause this project and think whether Aurora should spend this money when the effect of COVID on our town finances are unknown. We don't know the full financial impact of COVID. It hasn't been identified. Most corporations have done a revised COVID budget. Has the town? We don't know the loss of revenues from all town facilities and programs to date and how COVID will continue to impact it. In general, most businesses has experienced increased operating costs due to modifications and impact. We don't know the impact of COVID on business closures yet. Loss of property tax revenues due to applications for property tax relief. The financial report states that the development charges over the next 10 years will be levied, but COVID may have an impact on new development down the road, retail and industrial and residential. The financial report mentions a construction lien at a low rate and a new 20-year debenture, which is one way of financing, but the principal of $51 million still has to be repaid at one point. Don't put this massive debt on the future generations of Aurora residents. We are asking council to pause this project and undertake a fulsome business case and needs analysis. I don't believe this was done at the beginning of this project. We're asking you to more widely consult with the public in light of COVID. We live in a different world. Arts and culture are really important to Aurora and Aurora residents. We love going to the cultural center and enjoying our parks. But let's not spend taxpayers' money on a project that doesn't best suit the needs of the community now. We need to pause and take a breath, literally. Step back, take stock, anticipate, and prioritize. Has council and staff undertaken a risk management analysis regarding this project in today's world? What if theaters as we know them today are not financially sustainable, unusable, and not safe in a post-pandemic world? National Geographic says that there's serious threats that lie ahead for theaters. Recovery won't be as simple as reopening theaters and mandating 50% occupancy. We know that theater and art won't disappear, but we don't yet know the ways that the pandemic and its after effects will continue. The National says that COVID-19 has drastically impacted. Museums have been particularly affected, and 90% have closed their doors, and as many as 1 in 8 will never reopen again. Architectural Digest says that this isn't the first time in history that cities and buildings will be reimagined or redesigned in response to increased understanding of disease, but while particular lessons are still very much to be determined, don't proceed with the new building. Almost everyone predicts that public spaces will move forward with more automation, touchless technology, automatic doors, voice-activated elevators, cell phone-controlled entry, hands-free light switches. Is all of this in the new building? Why not scale back the project and remove the theater and Skyway and save millions of dollars until we know the impact of COVID? There's no denying our pandemic experience will result in changes to the way we all live and work. But what if the silver lining in this crisis is the opportunity for governments and people like you to rethink public resources, to redistribute investments, to optimize space to meet community needs. As we all face unprecedented uncertainty, this is one change that would be inspiring to us all. So I challenge and urge Mayor and Council and staff to pause and rethink about how you want to be remembered in Aurora's history books.
Thank you, Ms. Walmer. Council, can I get a motion to receive and refer? Councillor Gardner, Councillor Thompson, questions for the delegate? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Walmer. Call a vote. That carries. Next, we have Ms. Suzanne Haynes, Executive Director, and Eric Acker, President of the Aurora Cultural Center. Can we just give one second for Ms. Walmer? She was just cleaning the mic there. Welcome, Mr. Acker and Ms. Haynes. Thank you very much for coming. I'll just remind you, you have 5 minutes, and at 1 minute, you'll hear the chime. You have 1 minute left. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay? And council?
Mr. Acker, you might want to just get slightly closer or maybe lift the mic up a little bit more straighter. That might help.
Better? Is that better?
Is that better for everyone?
Sorry?
We can also lift up the, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had this technology. Perfect, thank you.
It's amazing what you can do when you build things right.
I'm going to come to that. Let me start by saying that while the Aurora Cultural Center now fully supports Library Square, we did not initiate this project. Our board of directors was approached by a couple of members of the previous council who came and, almost in a form of a debate between the two of them, talked to us about the broad concept. We saw the benefits in the concept, but we had two major concerns that would have to be resolved before we could be fully supportive. The first one was, how does the new facility get designed and constructed in such a way so that it can become a magnificent asset, which the residents of Aurora would be proud of? And secondly, how would the new facility be best managed so as to ensure its long-term success? I want to say clearly that the board of the Aurora Cultural Center did not consider how the project would be funded, and it did not consider the timing. With respect, we see those areas as the responsibility of those of you here in this room. To assist in the design of the facility, which was our first issue, our executive director, Suzanne Haynes, engaged extensively with senior town staff and their consultants. Suzanne has managed cultural facilities larger than what we have here in Aurora, and it's no exaggeration that she contributed hundreds of hours of her time, together with her staff and a facility task force which our board created. It was critical to get the best possible design, and Suzanne will speak further to that. During the design phase, Suzanne and her team developed an excellent collaborative working relationship with town staff. This relationship was further strengthened when it became apparent that we would have to vacate 22 Church Street during the 2-year construction timeframe. So together, between our staff and your staff, plans were created for ongoing operations during that period. And then this was further complicated by the pandemic. The governance structure of the new facility was of critical importance to the center and to the board. While at least 3 models were considered, again, Suzanne's experience and knowledge of other governance structures across Canada was very valuable in working with senior town staff to arrive at a hybrid governance model. That model combines the experience and the expertise of the cultural center staff with that of the town. And the close working relationship of the past 2 years gave our board the confidence that this facility will be well managed. With that, I'll turn it over to Suzanne.
Thank you. I think for sure I'm going to run out of time with the lifting, so I apologize. As most of you know, the Aurora Cultural Center has been involved in the consultation on this project since we were asked to provide initial comment, concerns, and suggestions on the RFP to the initial plans for Library Square in August of 2017. Since then, we've joined the town in stewarding a vision for vibrancy in downtown Aurora through investment in appropriate cultural infrastructure for a community this size. That initial feedback to council outlined the current status and future goals of the Aurora Cultural Center and what kind of cultural infrastructure would be helpful to support the future direction. The latter included a fully equipped purpose-built performance space, educational space for classes with multi-genre use, artistic practice and creation space, administrative and technical space required to operate the facility, indoor gathering lobby space for celebration, marshalling, and/or communication with audiences, outdoor gathering space for celebration, activation of cultural product and educational classes, and storage for program-specific items, operational documentation, and general shared use items like easels, staging, lighting, etc. As Eric said, over the course of the project to date, the Aurora Cultural Center board and staff have been invited to discuss and provide expert advice on planning ideas to support the architectural design of the addition, and to provide detailed descriptions of our operations and financials to help build the initial business plan. As an award-winning not-for-profit charity with high standards of transparency and accountability, we are thrilled to be acknowledged as a major stakeholder and partner with integrity as one of the governance groups for the Library Square complex. And we look forward to the ongoing discussions about how we can collaborate, build programming with and for the community. As Eric said, this project is a town initiative, and our support
Ms.
was not...
Haynes, if I just stop you for one moment. Council, can I get a motion to extend? Delegate, give her an extra... How much do you need, Ms. Haynes?
Maybe a minute.
A minute? An extra minute? Councillor Humphreys? Councillor Kim? I need 2/3. All those in favor, just put up the hands. Opposed? That carries. Ms. Haynes, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you.
It's procedural stuff. We're all about procedure here, right?
As this project is a town initiative, our support was not contingent on a funding model or timing, as Eric said. Our feedback and support comes from the benefits to the community of investing in cultural infrastructure and how that investment impacts the livability and creativity of a community, growth opportunities for artistic and cultural organizations, and the benefits to businesses in the downtown of having bold and effective cultural infrastructure in their midst. Not to be tone deaf to the community conversation, timing appears to be on the forefront of people's minds, given the current global situation. While I'm not an expert on costing or construction, history has shown that most cultural infrastructure gets built in times of a depressed economy due to costs of specialized buildings and no other funding sources. Cultural projects also provide hope to a community by building vibrancy, livability, and community voice through future opportunities for creative expression. During this pandemic, we've seen the community focus their energy in personal creative pursuits. It has raised spirits and brought people together through their art. Library Square is an investment that supports the belief that cultural practice has a place in Aurora. I believe the plans that have been built result in a project that is something the community can be proud of and make excellent use of. As we've seen in many other communities, when there's an investment in cultural infrastructure, it has a positive ripple effect on the quality of life in that economy. One only has to look at St. Catharines for the marked difference of that downtown due to dedicated efforts to build community through infrastructure that engages people to gather, play, dine, shop, and create. We look forward to continue to work with our cultural partners and community stakeholders on whatever the future holds for culture in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Council, can I get a motion to receive and refer? Councillor Kim. Councillor Humphreys. Questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Maracas. Just briefly, Suzanne, I want to thank you for all the input, your engagement, and the time you've put into this project. I'm sure your experience at both the Cultural Center and the Burlington Performance Arts Center have been invaluable to the staff. Do you see correlations between what we're trying to do and what was done with the Burlington Performance Arts Center there?
Ms. Haynes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. The downtown has certainly been revitalized down there, and there was an economic impact study done when I was there, and we found that for every dollar that was put in through government funding, we had $10 in result in economic activity.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Councillor Gallo.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Thank you for your comments. Can you just answer me one question? Was a needs analysis ever done for this project, to your knowledge?
Ms. Haynes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of it.
Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
Hi, I'm not familiar with Burlington.
Councillor, I'd just like to remind council through the chair, please.
Oh, through you, Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
to the delegate. I don't know Burlington at all. What size town is it, and where is their main street?
Ms. Haynes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Burlington is about 250,000 people, and the main street, it really became a downtown when the Performing Arts Center and the museum and other infrastructure was invested in. So the full waterfront was invested in. So that whole area became an area where people wanted to gather and engage in their cultural activity and their leisure activity.
Councillor?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I hope you're right, but I don't think that the town of Aurora could in any way, population or location of the main street, be compared to Burlington.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gilliland?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, because you mentioned Burlington. Do you remember how many seats that theater had?
Yes, there are, through you, Mr. Mayor, there are 2 stages. There's a 718 stage and a 165, plus a large lobby space.
Councillor?
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Council? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Haynes. Thank you, Ms. Acker. We appreciate all the contribution and work that you've done throughout this project over, I'd say, about 4 years, 5 years now, the work that you guys have done through this. So thank you very much. Council, I'll call the vote. That carries. Next, we have Bruce Gorman, Chief Executive Officer, Aurora Public Library. Mr. Gorman, thank you very much for coming. Just remind you have 5 minutes, and at 1 minute, you're held to chime.
Today. All right.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. So thank you very much, Your Worship, Mr. Mayor and councillors. As you mentioned, my name is Bruce Gorman. I'm the CEO of the Aurora Public Library. Happy to be here tonight. I'm here representing the Aurora Public Library Board to support Library Square and its commencement without hesitation. As you know, this library board is fully committed to this project, and we've including a commitment of $5.4 million to the beginning of this project. Our board saw a real opportunity to enhance Library Square through a more integrated, holistic relationship, and through the wisdom of our board and you all at council, we now have this remarkable connecting bridge and corridor. So the library's all in. We're ready to go. And now is the time for this fabulous project. It's been planned for a long time, and it's time for this project to start. This will be a community destination for activities, gatherings, and events of all kinds for generations to come. I have had the good fortune of working on many public infrastructure projects in my career and have experienced firsthand their transformative abilities. This is exactly the opportunity that we have with Library Square. Rarely do you get the opportunity to develop an iconic beacon to our town where the community can come together under any and all circumstances. Rarely do you see a center of excellence which includes a library, culture center, and town partnership of this magnitude. In fact, we've already begun discussions about working collaboratively together to bring a more fulsome programming experience to the residents of Aurora, to the public. And rarely do you have the opportunity to significantly affect the economy of our town with the ability to host conventions and conferences right in our downtown core. You will hear from BIA and you heard from the Chamber, and that's important to them as well. Regarding delays, so let me be clear that self-imposed project delays do 2 things. Number 1, they damage projects, most often from reduction in scope and/or reduction in quality. And 2, they waste taxpayers' money, most often from increased project cost, or sometimes it's related to financial markets or currency valuations. I was involved in a large infrastructure project that was self-imposed delayed, and that cost us almost $3 million because of the US-Canadian fluctuation in the currency. So please do not delay or diminish this project. Nobody wants a lesser or lower quality Library Square, and no one wants one that costs more money unnecessarily. There is no doubt that the coronavirus has been devastating across this planet, but we will emerge victorious at some time. Nobody knows when, but we will. And when we do, more than ever, we need a place to come together as a community. Library Square will be that place. People need to be with people. It is an innate human quality for holiday concerts, for summer festivals, for solemn ceremonies, to celebrate sporting victories, to honor an important citizen like Tom Connor, our board chair and Citizen of the Year. For good times and bad, this will be the place your grandchildren take their kids. So hear me when I say that this is a legacy facility that will change Aurora forever. Now it is the time. Library Square will provide remarkable benefits for future generations. It will be a beacon to our town. It will be our iconic Eiffel Tower. Be bold tonight. Please do not delay this project. Carpe diem, as they say, and be assured that our future will be better because of Library Square. And that's it, before my 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. Council, can I get a motion to receive and refer? Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Thompson. Questions for the delegate? Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. You said some comments there that were pretty strong about delaying the reduction of scope and costing taxpayers money, and I found it very strong insinuations that that's what's going to happen here, and we can't predict that. And I'm just kind of wondering where are you getting this information, and how are you comparing it to our project?
Mr. Gorman?
Sorry. I'm not comparing it to this project, I'm comparing it to the history that I've had working on major infrastructure projects. So I've had public libraries that should have been 4 stories, but were only 3. Or I've been involved in hospitals that should have had 9 theaters for surgery that only had 2, right? So it's my history. I can't claim that I know what's going to happen here, but my history is what I'm conveying to you, and it's what I've always experienced. And project delays, I've never seen a project that's been self-imposed delay that's cost less money or been better. Never.
Councillor?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. You said always experienced. Are you saying that you've experienced more than one project, or is this in this specific
I've experienced
project?
many projects. I've been in convention center space, in the hospital space, in the library space, in the sporting arena space. I've done this for most of my working career.
Councillor?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. You also use the term lesser or lower quality. Again, the comparison, and maybe you've already answered it, it's just, I kind of feel like if you were to make a change, it doesn't necessarily mean it's for lesser or lower quality. It could be to improve the quality by making change. So I want to see the positive on both sides, and I'm just hearing kind of like the one negative part.
Yeah.
But I'd like to think that, there could also be some positive changes that actually have innovation. Are you just focusing on the negative, or is there some positive attributes that you could share with us with this project?
Mr. Gorman?
Yeah, so what I'm focusing on is my history with these types of projects. So, if projects are delayed, then there's less money and contractors cut corners and they provide less quality. That's where I've seen it in most of the projects I've worked on. So I'm not talking about this project because I don't know, but I'm talking about, and I'm presenting to you what I've experienced in 25 years doing hundreds of millions of dollars worth of public infrastructure projects.
Thank
Councillor?
you. Thank you very much.
Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Gorman, thank you for delegating. You're a veteran of libraries, and you've always emphasized the necessity for increased space. And some people want to delay the project because of COVID, and some people just don't want the project because they don't feel that there is a need for the extra space and the activities that go into the space. From your perspective, can you give us, the trends in terms of the space that's needed, and obviously you feel that you need the extra space, hence the support of Library Square. Can you expand on that, please?
Mr. Gorman?
So, yes, sorry, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, through the beginning of my time here and this board, we've been advocating for more space from the beginning, which is why we've allocated $5.4 million to the project. Programming in libraries is our huge growth area. I have many programs every year. If I had better space, more space, I would fill up that space easily. So having this project here, having a beautiful theater where it would be more appropriate for me to have an author reading, I'll use that space in a moment. So I can certainly fill the space I have and more space, and that's our growth area in libraries. And that's exactly one of the main reasons why we've got on board with this project and why we vested over $5 million, because we think it's great for the library too. It's great for the community, and I just mentioned all the reasons why it's great for Aurora, but it's good for the library too, which is also good for everybody here in this room.
Counselor?
Great, thank you.
Counselor Gardner?
Thank you. You're a great cheerleader for Library Square and for the library.
I can only look at you through my eyes, so that's a yes. With my eyes.
Surprising how much we can see by the eyes. Are you a taxpayer in Aurora? No. Thank you. There's going to be $10 million spent on library construction and enhancements. That's about 20% of the project. So it's a comment. I can see why you would be very enthusiastic.
Counselor, I'll just remind you to ask questions of the delegate. Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Counselor Humphreys?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. Through Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Bruce, for coming tonight. And I do know that we've talked extensively on some of the projects you worked on. In particular, there's some comments lately about the connectivity of the bridge, and is it necessary? And I think you shared with us in terms of your experience in that connectivity and the loss if we don't move forward with that piece of the project. That if we decide to delay it and have it added on later, that the costs just sort of change. Just from your perspective, can you just share a little bit about that very briefly and what you think?
Mr. Gorman?
If we had, sorry, your Mayor, so if we didn't build that bridge now, we would lose a lot of what I said here today as this cohesive destination for everybody. It would be us here and the center here, and on a cold, snowy day, you know, maybe we wouldn't get any cross traffic. You know, we have a little cafe currently in here where the talk is for us to just have one cafe. So you're defeating the purpose of having this great destination, iconic space. That's what not having the bridge would do. And I would hazard to guess that that bridge at a later date could easily be 3 times, 4 times as much, or possibly not doable at all.
Thank you.
Counselor? Thank you. Any other questions? Counselor Gallo?
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. I appreciate your perspective, albeit a little biased, but, you know, that's okay. You did mention, and I thought I heard you say that the board was unanimous in support of the project. I understand from the paper that one board member had communicated to push pause, and I'm just wondering if that has changed, or do you have a unanimous board supporting this?
Mr. Gorman?
Sorry.
Through
we
you,
have
Mr. Mayor,
unanimous. So we have unanimous board support. I read an email as a couple days ago. So our board is 100% supportive of this project. Period.
Counselor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Gorman, thank you very much for coming and all the work that the library's done. Call the vote. That carries. Next, we have Ms. Joanne Russo, Chair of the BIA. Mr. Clerk, this one's a written delegation.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Clerk, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will now start reading Ms. Rousseau's delegation on behalf of the BIA. As you know, dear Mayor and Council, as you know, the Aurora Business Improvement Association is a volunteer-run organization committed to improving and promoting the Aurora Historical Business District. Today we held our board meeting and we are happy to report that as a board, we are excited about the development. For your reference, we enclose a copy of the minutes of our board meeting dated August 24th, 2020. Through investment and advocacy, the goal is to build and maintain its position as Aurora's premier shopping, business, and entertainment destinations. The goal of the Downtown Aurora BIA is to lead the revitalization of downtown Aurora as a town focal point where businesses thrive, residents live, work, and play, and visitors feel welcome. Please accept this letter as an expression of the BIA support for the Library Square project. We understand the strategic investments in downtown Aurora are important as they leverage further investments, foster employment opportunities, and support downtown resilience. The addition and creation of a central hub in Aurora's downtown will also act as a catalyst for redevelopment that will provide spin-off benefits to local businesses along Yonge Street. In order for any downtown to be successful, there must be a diversity of reasons to visit that are appealing to all age categories and interests. The addition of a community hub like Library Square will strengthen the value proposition of shopping, visiting, and doing business in Aurora's downtown, providing residents and visitors alike with numerous reasons to come downtown. Given the potential for Library Square to contribute to neighborhood improvements and economic activity, we support this municipal investment in Aurora's cultural vibrancy and the positive impacts it will have on BIA efforts to build and maintain Aurora's position as a robust shopping, business, and entertainment destination.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Council, can I get a mover and a seconder to receive and refer? Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Thompson. Call the vote. That carries. Next we have Michelle Boyer, resident. Mr. Clark, is this one a Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Council, we're going to get resident Michelle Boyer on the screen. She'll be joining us through Zoom. Oh, there we go. Oh, Ms. Boyer, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent.
So I'll just let you know you have 5 minutes, and at 1 minute, hopefully you'll be able to hear the chime. If not, I'll let you know. But
Thank
floor
you.
is yours. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Michelle Boyer, and I've been following the Library Square topic for many years as a resident of Aurora. I've been a resident of Aurora for 20 plus years and have watched the town grow and expand. I've also seen how other towns around us have made improvements to be a better place for the residents. And I think it's time for Aurora also to continue to take action to make our town more livable and enjoyable for the people who live here. I want to provide my delegation on this special meeting to support the Library Square initiative. The time is now to get that first shovel in the ground and to begin the build. We've had many years of expert consultation, financial audits for viability, and at least 3 prior terms of council discussing this topic, almost since early 2000s. This is an entire generation of kids, including my own, who have now left for university, who have missed on having something as nice as Library Square. But at the end of that time, they continue to simply do nothing and leave the topic to the next term of council to deal with. In my view, this is a waste of time and money. This term of council is a council who's finally taking action to improve the town of Aurora for its residents. They were elected on the platform to move forward with Library Square. We elected this council, so let's support this council. Investing in revitalizing Central Aurora will trigger and attract new business and more business, visitors from out of town, and Aurora residents. It's beginning now, even as businesses like Starbucks is getting in early on the action. The argument that with COVID leaving financial burdens on families and that Library Square should be stalled does not even make logical sense, because the financial support in the way of CERB and or UI comes from the federal government. So this is a red herring in my mind, has absolutely no impact on whether we should proceed with Library Square. And looking at the facts, our taxes won't even be impacted. The tax rates for 2021 and 2022, with or without this investment, as there's no change, because as no services will be lost, so there's no tax impact. Library Square will also take a few years to complete with COVID or no COVID still around. And so the opportunity to begin now makes sense, as waiting will just cost us more to complete if we delay yet again. Next, Library Square is fully funded. The town has the money from the Hydro Reserve Fund, and we also have development charges and reserve funds with a balance of $7.5 million from a 20-year debenture, which is a great way to fund, given we're making a lot on our investment, over 3% on investing the Hydro Reserve, and the debenture is costing less than 1%. To me, this is financially and fiscally responsible, as it does not impact our personal pocketbooks. And while I've heard from many on social media that we should use the Hydro Reserve Fund to pay for lowering our taxes, this at the end gives our town nothing for the revitalization that's badly needed. And the town's not even permitted to use these funds for operating budget. That wasn't the intent of that reserve fund. And really, at the end of the day, who's going to remember in 20 years that our taxes were lowered by a few dollars a year? I think it's shameful for the council of earlier times, i.e. 2016, 26 to 2010, to use that interest to earn from the reserve fund to lower taxes. That was an extra $5 million plus that we could have had in the reserve today to help pay for Library Square. And really, I don't remember if it impacted my pocketbook back then, and we have nothing to show today for that money. To me, that was a waste and just politicking in my view. What we will remember is the enjoyment that we get every day by going to Library Square with our family to enjoy an event, to go for a skate and have a hot chocolate, to have dinner at a great new restaurant or shop in a great new store that just opened up. After almost 15 years of discussions and debates and studies, and an entire generation of a family with kids, now is the time to get this project started. And I say, hooray, and at last.
Thank you, Ms. Boyer. Council, can I get a motion to receive and refer? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Kim. Questions for the delegate? Councillor Gardner.
Hi, nice surrounding. I think perhaps some history. How long have you been living in Aurora?
Ms.
I
Boyer?
moved here in 1994.
Then you'll probably remember the 8 years of zero tax increase. You'll possibly also know that we were getting $900,000 a year from being the owner of Aurora Hydro. So I would like to suggest, after all of that financial history, perhaps the council of 2006 to 2010 was left in a very bad financial situation from former councils and had to use that interest. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not sure that you know our history, and I believe that what you said and what other people on council have said in the media is totally inaccurate and actually may even be in bad faith. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Ms. Boyer, thank you very much for coming this evening via Zoom, and enjoy your evening. Stay safe.
Thanks for having me.
Council, I'll call the vote. That carries. Next, we have former Mayor Tim Jones, resident, written delegation. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will start reading former Mayor Jones' delegation now. Having served 28 years on Aurora Council, 16 as a councillor and 12 as mayor, I can empathize and respect both sides of the debate on whether to proceed with Library Square development at this time. Many residents are experiencing personal challenges with their own finance, employment, and/or many residents are experiencing personal challenges with their own finances, employment, and/or their health, and to compare their personal perspectives with the town's decision on whether to proceed with this project this time is a natural thing to do. That said, One has to understand the financing position of the town to even start to understand why moving forward with Library Square at this time is a prudent thing to do. Unless things have changed since my time on council, 1978 to 2006, the core funding for this project is supported by reserve funding and not current tax dollars. Reserve funding cannot be used for anything other than what it is or what will be collected for. In addition to that, there are the hydro funds, which when we sold Aurora Hydro to PowerStream, were put into a reserve to use specifically for a legacy project. It is my understanding that between the hydro reserve and the specific facility reserves collected from development charges, there is and will be sufficient funding for this project. And I repeat, funding that bylaw cannot be used for other operational purposes. Initiatives, including what to do with Old Library Square and Fire Hall and the Senior Center and downtown revitalization, have been on council agendas for 20 to 30 years. Almost every time council got a point of possible action to demolish the existing buildings, to take action to improve parking or supports for the downtown, for various reasons or issues of the day, council deferred taking action for more study. Today I see a council that has to their and previous council's credit taken steps to move forward with the downtown and develop this extraordinary plan for the core, with the studies and the input assembled and the base funding in place. Moving forward with this project sets in motion the legacy aspect of the hydro funds designated for this purpose. To me, it is a perfect use of those funds. The project itself could provide local employment and service provision opportunities, which actually may help some people through the COVID era. To defer at this time will only drive up the cost and quite possibly nickel and dime a quality plan that would lower the positive effects for the downtown core. I've seen it happen before and would urge council to show leadership and continue to move forward on this project. Don't wait and watch the costs rise and the council term end without a decision. In my experience, I participated in discussions and decisions which have resulted in facilities including the Aurora Family Leisure Complex, the additional ice surface at the community center, the Stronach Complex, a second fire hall, the town hall, and more. Most of these discussions included similar requests to defer or scale down due to the conditions of the day, but when I see how these facilities have developed and are used, I don't regret moving forward on any of them. Leadership is not always easy, but this council has been one that has made decisions on numerous issues, and by doing so is accomplishing their mandate to provide residents with a great and inclusive quality of living that I commend them for. As Joe Biden said in his nomination acceptance speech last week, history tells us that in our darkest moments, we've made our greatest progress. The time is right to move forward with this project. Tim Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Call a vote. Oh, I need a mover and seconder. Sorry, I thought I already did that. Councillor Kim, Councillor Humphreys. That carries. And our last delegation is Mike Rathke, resident and owner of MR Menswear. And it's a written delegation. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will now start the reading delegation from Mr. Rathke. My name is Mike Rathke, Aurora resident and owner of MR Menswear. As a small business owner in downtown Aurora, I encourage council to move forward with the Library Square project as originally planned. Operating a small family business in the historic downtown core has been challenging. Our town has evolved into a community whereby residents living on the east side of the town between Bayview and Leslie are able to virtually shop for their consumer needs without ever traveling to Yonge Street downtown merchants. I have been following the development of Library Square and was excited to hear of a project of this magnitude coming to the downtown. This is the first time a game-changing project such as this has been considered for the area in decades. After many years of struggle for downtown businesses, finally something we can get excited about to bring much-needed attention to people to our downtown. This will give downtown merchants the long-awaited support they need to stay in business. COVID-19 has made a bad situation worse. Many of us are holding on with our fingers crossed, hoping our government leaders will do the right thing and press forward with this project. For many of us, it will be our salvation. I don't believe anyone in this town wants to see businesses closed and storefronts boarded up. This is not time to delay. The funds from the sale of the hydro 14 years ago were earmarked for a legacy project. This is that project. Now is not the time for politics. Please do what's right. The time for more studies and talk is done. The funding plan is viable and the money has been designated. The struggle is real, and I implore council to do the right thing and press forward with the Library Square as originally planned. It is your responsibility to the downtown business community in Aurora and its residents across this great town.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We had a motion, motion to receive and refer. Councillor Thompson, second. Councillor Humphreys. Call the vote. That carries. All right, Mr. Clerk, we are moving to considerations of items requiring discussion. Item number 1, CMS 20-019 Library Square Tender Award and Update. Someone to move that? Someone like to move the recommendation? Councillor Thompson, second. Councillor Humphreys. Comments or questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Before I speak to the main motion, I'd like to put forward an amendment. The amendment is that a Library Square Construction Budget Control Task Force be established to monitor and examine all financial and budgetary aspects of Library Square during its construction phase and the spending of the project contingency, and that 2 members of council be appointed to the task force, and that staff be directed to develop a terms of reference for the task force for approval by council. If I can have a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Someone like to second that? Councillor Kemp. Councillor Thompson, to the amendment.
So for those that were here when we awarded the tender for the JOC, we did the same thing. The purpose really of that task force was to provide additional oversight to the project. It met regularly. The recommendation itself just asked that we establish this task force. The terms of reference will come back to this council for discussion, but I'm happy to circulate the old terms of reference and the report that is associated with the JOC for those who may not have been on council at that time to give you a sense of what it is. But I think it helps to address some of the concerns about cost overruns and so forth that we've heard out in the public should we proceed.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Thompson.
To the amendment, please.
Oh, to the amendment, to the issue, and the amendment here, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just really thank you very much for bringing the amendment forward. It's perfect. If there's somewhere in the terms of reference that we could get explicit expectations of when progress reports will be delivered to us, it's very important. I wouldn't mind a monthly status report. Any change orders that that occur. I mean, I don't want to micromanage, but I want to see the program management working. So if we can do that, that'd be great. That's all I want.
Councillor Humphreys, and I'd suggest that when those terms of reference come back, staff will, and we can have that discussion at that time, and I'm absolutely sure that they'll bring those recommendations forward to us. So thank you for bringing that.
Thank you.
Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a good idea should this project go forward. I'd like to ask through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Thompson, would the intent to be to keep minutes and bring those minutes to council?
Councillor Thompson?
If I remember correctly, there were separate reports that came to council on a regular basis with respect to the JOC and the change orders and what was dealt with it. I'm fine. I have no issues with the minutes being included. I just can't remember if they were previously or not, but absolutely, the more information, the better.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. And we can look back at the report from the consultant that outlined all of the problems with the JOC, and I believe one of those was fulsome minutes, and I believe the other one was a comprehensive committee to be involved with the oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. And first, I think it's appropriate to thank former Councillor Ballard for coming up with that idea back then. Unfortunately, that task force was a complete disaster, and it did not fill its role as it was designed to, and communication to council was far and few between. I don't remember minutes, and I paid close attention.
Can we, Councillor, can we speak to the amendment, Councillor?
If this one does go through, I think a thorough understanding of what their responsibilities are, so that they are effective, unlike the previous task force.
Councillor Kim. To the amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in total agreement with having the task force. I mean, given the concern that are out there, it would certainly help to mitigate and alleviate some of the concerns that are out there. And although we do have a very good project manager that's looking after the day-to-day, I think having another layer of due diligence is certainly helpful. So I would be in agreement.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments or questions, call the vote on the amendment. That carries 6-1. Back to the main motion as amended.
I believe I still have the floor.
You still have the floor, Councillor
Thank you.
Thompson.
Today is truly a historic moment for Aurora. Since the current library was built in 2001, the topic of Library Square has been openly and repeatedly discussed by multiple councils. For the 10 years that I have been on council, the revitalization of the downtown core and the vision for Library Square has been a constant item for discussion and a key objective of our strategic plan. It has been a long road to get here. There have been many starts and stops and starts again. But I am proud of all the work this council and the term before us have done, and I'm also proud of all the work staff have done during my 10 years and well beyond that to get us to tonight's meeting. Council may not have always agreed on the when or the how, but we did on the why Library Square is important. Each of us are able to envision and acknowledge the potential that the library, Church Street School, and area around has to be a catalyst for the revitalization of our downtown core. Personally, I'd like to thank and acknowledge Mayor Maracas, who was a councillor last term I collaborated with to co-author a motion to establish a cultural precinct. Coincidentally, that motion was approved on August 11th, 2015, and started council on a 5-year journey, which has brought us all here together tonight. It is my hope that council will acknowledge the need and benefit of Library Square and award tonight's tender so that we continue this journey towards the finish line in 2022. However, in acknowledgement of the emails we have received from residents raising their concerns, I'd like to use the remainder of my time to speak directly to them. One of the biggest questions out there is why now? It is the role of the municipality and the responsibility of council to make planning decisions that will determine the future of our community. Library Square is very much about the future of our community. We are not only building for today, but also planning for tomorrow. So do we really need this? Absolutely. Today, Aurora's population is 60,000, and we have been told by the province through their growth plans to prepare and see our population rise to 76,000 by 2031 and 86,000 by 2041. The construction of the addition to the Church Street School and the enhancements to the library will help us meet the demands placed on our facilities, services, and programs by the increase in population. Furthermore, the transformation of our parking area into a vibrant open-air square featuring an amphitheater, skating, seating, and other amenities will help strengthen this community and draw Aurorans from all 4 corners into our downtown. This is a long-anticipated project needed to revitalize our downtown. Downtowns are the heart of any town or city, and having a healthy heart is essential to having a strong and thriving community. They serve as the engine for local economies and represent the image and character of a town. Downtowns are unique in that they are typically the only neighborhood that belongs to and is shared by everyone. While this may be true for many Canadian towns and cities, Aurora's downtown has struggled. We have all seen the empty storefronts and the businesses come and go. Residents, entrepreneurs, and others are investing their hard-earned dollars into their business and our community. They are trying to make a better life for themselves, and in many cases, add to the community by giving back. How many times have we seen our small businesses step up for a cause, sponsor a team, make a donation, and support this town? Now it is our turn to support them by making this investment in our downtown. Let us build on what we have created with the Armory, Niagara College, and Town Park. Let us continue to create a destination for our residents and create an environment for our businesses to thrive and our residents to enjoy. We've all seen, heard, and read that there is a return on investment for municipalities when they invest in economic development and the revitalization of their downtowns. In Burlington, they were able to evaluate the impact of investing in the Burlington Performance Arts Centre. They calculated that after only 4 years of operation, the Arts Centre and its patrons had a total impact of over $7.8 million per year in the Burlington economy. Part of this impact was due to repatriated dollars. Dollars that were normally spent out of town by Burlington residents were now being spent locally, strengthening the local economy. Some will argue we are not Burlington, but still, a strong downtown for Aurora can still be a major stimulator for economic growth and potentially a key revenue generator for this community. So do we really need this now? The answer is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Thompson. My family's been in Aurora for generations, in fact, 6 generations. My mother-in-law, who'll be turning 93 this Sunday, again, let's not tell her, is the 4th generation Auroran. Her farm was the Wood Farm, located right beside Jack Wood's farm. They raised Jersey cattle and provided milk for Cousins Dairy. My husband and I just moved back into his childhood home. My point, we have deep roots in Aurora, and we care deeply about its future. This is why I'm so passionate about this project, because it is the future of Aurora. Library Square represents a commitment as our town, as a community in investing our town. I've heard many residents and businesses who are just as passionate as we are, this council, about this historic project, not just in its immediate economic impact in helping the local economy recover from the pandemic, but how this investment will act as a catalyst for future economic, social, and cultural growth in Aurora. This project represents sound public investment in our economy that will foster a renaissance for our downtown core. This is my 3rd term as an Aurora councillor, and I've campaigned and been elected on the platform of taking meaningful action towards the revitalization of Library Square. Our downtown core has been in desperate need of significant capital investment for quite some time, but there's been never the right project or the political will to make it happen. For too long, little has been done to renew our downtown core. Despite the desperate need, the untold taxpayer dollars spent on report after report from expensive consultant after expensive consultant, year after year, council after council, and always the same result. Let's wait. Let's rethink. Sorry, guys. Darn it. Sorry, hang on a minute. My apologies. Sorry, guys. My computer just closed down on me here. All right, it's right. Wait, rethink, pause. Don't move ahead now. I think the residents have been through enough. Businesses have had enough. 20 years of inaction is long enough. They want us to do something wonderful for our community, and I really believe it's Library Square. I've heard from so many residents that are excited about this project and what it means for Aurora. They're excited about this community building project. I've heard the concerns from a few about this not being the right time. Why not pause? Echoing the same concerns heard during the last term when we first developed this project and the term of that council before and council before. While I don't really agree at all, this is absolutely the right time to move forward. Interest rates are low, construction costs are low, we have a healthy reserves and a funding plan for this project that is responsible. And most important, it's a fantastic project for our residents. Library Square and the creation of the cultural hub in our downtown core will act as an activity generator, creating a domino effect in redevelopment, benefiting the local businesses as well as the arts and culture community. This development will take approximately 2 years to be completed. In those 2 years, the current state will be quite different from where we are today. With live entertainment thriving, I'm sure we're going to Leaf games, ball games, it's not going to stop. I'm looking forward to the positive, bright future of Aurora. This evening, I'm proud to be casting my vote to award this tender to Library Square project and to move forward, finally, on this plan to truly revitalize downtown, fulfilling a promise made by many councillors before, but realized hopefully this evening by this council.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. I'll ask some questions regarding what's before us, which is the tender. Through you to staff, do we know what the cost difference is to the change in the veil from the mince bronze to powder-coated aluminum?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to Muntz bronze to the aluminum,
I believe it was approximately 700,000 reduction. So the savings on that would be part of the tendering during the cost analysis of the project as we did the Class A analysis, bringing that project forward. So it's been captured into the Class A estimate and ultimately into the tender.
Councillor?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, when did we catch this? It seems odd that really straight to council, a change in the look of the building. I recall we had a special meeting to determine, and samples were out here to determine what that veil would look like, the material we were going to choose. And we looked at it, we decided, and a change is coming straight to council. At what point did they figure out that the connection detail was an issue?
Ms. McDougall?
During the final design stages, there was a metals consultant that was brought in to assess the Muntz bronze during the final detailed design, and through their analysis resulted in their concerns raised regarding getting the phrasing right, with regards to the deterioration of the adjacent metals that it connects to. So any would result in added costs of us having to protect those adjacent metals, and therefore it was recommended, due to the added costs of what that would bring to the project, to consider a change in metal. And ultimately the consultant summarized that in the attachment in the report of what that outcome would result in moving to the aluminum. Not only is the added cost not necessary, because the aluminum doesn't have that same impact on adjacent metals, but it is also a lighter metal and it doesn't require the added supports necessary.
Councillor?
So through you, what were the added costs if we were to say, no, we'd like the original design material? What are the added costs to upgrade the connection detail to stainless steel, as described in the report?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to the added costs, unfortunately, I don't have it in front of me. I will have to dig, but I can do that before the end of the meeting this evening. The costs definitely from every attachment, every resulting connection that the Muntz bronze attaches to, and the rain spray results in the deterioration of adjacent metals. So I'd have to look that up for you, but I could do that.
Councillor?
Well, we're about to vote, and it's a little awkward because I don't have that material, and I don't even have that option before me. If council was to say, no, we like the original design, it's very tough to see what this is going to look like based on the images that were in the report. To what extent does the building actually look different than what it was before? And if you have both examples, what it was and what it's going to be, that's wonderful. It looks like you only have what it's going to be, and we don't have samples of what it was supposed to be. I spent a lot of time on this. It was of particular interest to me, and I found it odd that straight to council we're being asked to change the entire look of the facade, and I don't know what it costs if we were to go back to the original design. And here we are with a tender and being asked to approve it. Through you, Mr. Mayor, are we building a cafe, and are we including in the tender all of the leaseholds involved in that cafe, any apparatus that someone might need to run a cafe? Is that part of the tender?
Ms. McDougall?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just returning to the report on May 21st of 2019 when council approved the cafe option at that point. Based on the design that was presented to council, the council approved an addition of $157,700 at that time. As was suggested at that time, the ability for us while maintaining it to be a service as a concession and the cafe opportunity in the future, we did ensure that some of the improvements are in place, simply from a refrigeration counter to the cash provision, the freezer refrigeration around the corner in the catering kitchen is presented, the seating capacity, and the ability to open up into the square. And that is an opportunity for a third party to come and operate for us. and that was in the tender as designed and approved by council.
Councillor?
Thank you. Do you have the amounts of the other successful tenders?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you give me a couple of minutes, I believe I do have it in my email. I can look it up.
Councillor?
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, did the design review panel comment on the changes of the Vale? We put together a design review panel, and I'm sure they looked at least the original designs. I'm not sure to what extent, but did that committee review or comment on the change in the material for the Vale?
Ms. McDougall, before I go to you, I'm going to let Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel, she has her information. So Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the total bid price, including the optional item, which is the supply of material and equipment for the construction of the water feature, the lowest bid by Chendos, which is what we're suggesting to award here, was $41,009,865. The second lowest bidder was $43,084,680. And the third bidder was $48,054,250.
Councillor?
Thank you.
I will go now to Ms. McDougall to answer that one about the design review panel.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, the design review panel was engaged last 2019, and at that time, subsequent to that, the Vale came back to council again. So they did not review the even at months bronze stage. So the design review panel was engaged at the early stages based on general principles of the project, based on architectural as well as historical context and support for the facility. They didn't get into the detail of material based on whether it be months bronze or an aluminum. That would not have been a comment that they would have been part of or had a vested interest in it. So they did not. We didn't take it back to them, is my summary.
Councillor?
Thank you.
Councillor Gilliland?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to touch on a few things and just kind of start off by saying there's been a lot of great discussions about the fate of Library Square, and with many opinions out there whether or not we move forward with this project. And there is a lot of uncertainty with an investment this large. The discussions and emails that I received weren't taken lightly. I think I stopped counting after 100 that was received, and I can assure you that I appreciated them all and I welcome them. But additionally, I also reached out to other high-level CEOs, businesses, and other entrepreneurs who do not live in Aurora and don't have businesses in Aurora, because I didn't want any biased opinions who lived here. And I thought that was really important to reach out and do that homework. I believe it is prudent to consider what any financial situation might look like as a result of COVID-19. And in these uncertain times, I'm concerned not only personally, but professionally, and most importantly, as an elected official. And the reality is how we socialize may look different for a rather long time. I can't predict what that's going to look like, and I don't think anybody in this room can either. Back in December, when we were discussing about going to tender and trying to get a price, we were all worried about jeopardizing the grant way back then, and we had a pretty lively conversation about whether or not we should go to tender. But we never really could have predicted COVID-19, which I think is a much bigger thing to have jeopardize this project. A lot of you know that I was part of an Arts and Culture Roundtable and had the privilege of having the Minister of Heritage and Tourism and Sport on for a conversation, and attended a lot of the teletown halls, and it was very concerning that, you know, some of the numbers had said that only 7% of people felt comfortable attending a theater or a gallery. I don't know what this new normal is going to be, and she called this pandemic a triple threat, and this is pretty recent in July, saying economic, health, as we know, but also the social aspect. It's taking a long time for people to feel comfortable to get out in the public. The Bankers Association, which I thought was very staggering, that 743 people, or about 15% of Canadian households, have deferred their mortgage, and in May, the CMHC had warned that 1/5 could be in arrears, and it's pretty scary. Like I have nothing really to compare that in a century of, at least I've been alive to kind of say that what we're going to be in 2 years. Looking at everything I've read, with all the reports, staff have done an incredible job on this project. There's no doubt, including the financing strategy we have before us. It looks really good on paper, and it's slick, and it's a great way to offset some of the costs with the non-guaranteed variable rates. I might actually want to point out, because it is variable, nothing set in stone, for up to 7 years. But at the end of the day, we still have to pay that big bill, which is coming from that hydro funds. And keeping in mind that these rates are variable. So I do have a question from Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel. Just if you could answer, how does this fit into our overall fiscal strategy that we're trying to develop?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. In finance, we are working on a longer-term fiscal strat.
No,
Can you
can you
hear me?
take the mask off? It's tough to really hear you, if that's okay.
In finance, we're planning on bringing forward a longer-term fiscal strategy next year, and which will include a number of fiscal policies about how we manage the town finances over the long term. We'll also be putting some parameters around how we use debt. So, like, for example, for large and significant investments like one like this, so that we're keeping a fiscally prudent look going forward. If this is the investment that the council feels is the best investment for the hydro reserve, then we think that, if this is the best investment that the town chooses for the hydro reserve, it is best to move forward now. As Mr. Gorman said from the library earlier, yes, inflation on construction projects is generally higher than regular inflation, and we do not know what's going to happen in the future. But we will be taking into account what happens today as we do our analysis, and we'll be bringing more information forward next year. Unfortunately, it is a significant amount of work to put together some fiscal policy and strategy, so it's going to take us time.
Councillor?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel. The impacts of spending those reserves, if you could just kind of quickly highlight what that translates to.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this project is planning to use a number of reserves which we would consider to be non-renewable, such as the hydro investment reserve. So this reserve is not something that renews over time like a repair and replacement reserve would. We do have some funding that comes from that to pay for some of the repair and replacement activities that would normally have happened over the time this project is going forward anyways. Those reserves are renewable, as in we are investing in them over time. The key thing to keep in mind is, yes, the hydro reserve, we do have it as part of our investment portfolio. It does contribute to the overall investment income that the investment portfolio does earn, but the interest income, or the investment income that's earned by this reserve, goes back into that reserve. So it is not that investment income is not supporting town operations, is not affecting other reserves.
Councillor?
Thank you, and Mr. Mayor, by utilizing these funds, and pretty much the majority of it, do you feel this would limit what we can do in the future, especially with other projects like the Aquatic Center that we've been presented with, or other maybe community benefits within the community?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when we're looking at other potential projects in the future, we will need to take a careful look at the funding strategies. If we use most of the money for the hydro reserve like we plan to for this project, there will only be a limited source of funds there for using for other projects in the future. That being said, we also have to look at the intended purpose of the project as well. For example, an aquatics facility is related to growth, and we'd have to take a look at how much of our development charges should be paying for that project over time, because growth isn't growth money comes from development charges, and growth should pay for growth.
Councillor?
Thank you, and I have a lot of questions with more to that, but maybe I'll leave it to the funding strategy part, because I could be here all day talking about that. I understand that we will be having a report coming this fall, and I was wondering if you could explain to me what the main focus of this report to council will be on the budget.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in October, we are planning on bringing forward the multi-year budget for Council's reaffirmation on the operating, plus the capital budget and 10-year capital plan. That is scheduled to be presented to Council on October 20th, and then we'll be moving into Budget Committee after that to review the budget in more detail through the month of November, with a plan to hopefully approve the budget in December before the new year. Another report that we plan to bring forward in October will be an updated forecast. So this updated forecast will include our actual results to the end of August, and that will help us get a better understanding of the impact that COVID has had on the town's operations to date, and also include a forecast based on what our latest assumptions are for how COVID-19 is going to impact town operations as we move forward. One of the other things to consider is that we did receive the Safe Restart funding from the province and federal government, so that is going to help the town's overall operations this year, and we're hoping it will also help manage some of the impact of COVID-19 in next year's budget too.
Councillor?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to express that, I've been supportive of this project all the way through, and there's no doubt about that. And I steadfastly support the arts and culture sector and the improvement of downtown. But I do feel I still have a fiducial responsibility to the taxpayers of Aurora to understand the entire financial implications moving forward, which include the fundamental design of the theatre and the operational costs associated with Library Square. So through you, Mr. Mayor and Ms. McDougall, when we last spoke last week, you talked about the March 2019 business plan. Should I be referring to the operating business plan presenting in March 19?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel? Did you get that? Or is that Ms. McDougall?
My time, please.
Ms. McDougall?
Sorry, I have to ask you to repeat your question. I didn't quite hear at the very end there what
Could
your
you,
question was.
Councillor, could you repeat that? We've stopped your time. That you can repeat that question, please.
When we last spoke last week, you talked about the March 2019 business plan, and should I be referring to that operating business plan as presented in March 2019?
Ms. McDougall?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is the business plan that we were utilizing for this project.
Thank you. And do we have any kind of operating plan now that outlines COVID-19 situation and those potential revenue losses or carrying costs and what that would look like?
Ms. McDougall?
Based on the COVID impact, we have not analyzed and done the analysis for the project. Again, similar to our...
Can you just take that
off?
I'm sorry, I can't early.
Okay. With regards to the project and the operating budget, we are utilizing the one from March 2019. In relation to COVID impact and an updated operational budget based on COVID, we have not done that. However, that is something that we could or would do, similar to what we are doing with our other current assets, and looking and projecting of what the outcome will be in this current state. Although we deem it to be a temporary state, that is certainly something that could be done. But it would take a little bit of time to do that.
Thank you. Councillor, you're at time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the tender that came in, I'm not sure it goes to perhaps Ms. McDougall, through you, Mr. Mayor. The lowest tender that came in, we've spent a lot of money, just under $5 million on studies and designs. Is this tender very aware that there is water in this area?
Ms. McDougall?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, certainly they have observed all the studies that have led up to this point and have designed accordingly. And the tender and the GC, the general contractors, because of that information within the tender, has been made aware.
I'm sorry, didn't hear that last part.
Sorry, the general contractor, based on the tender information, has been made aware. They have all the studies that lead to that information.
Councillor?
So we can expect this tender, the amount of this tender, to completely handle any water issues that we may find in the area.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, based on the design and the bidding of the general contractor, they would have done so based on the information they had, and therefore are aware of the water concerns that have been present.
Councillor?
It's within their bid.
Councillor?
I sincerely hope that's true. Thank you. And I like when you take off your mask. It's much easier to hear staff. Thank you. Going back to Councillor Callow's question about the kitchen. It's not an industrial kitchen, it's a basic kitchen. So what would it have in it?
Ms. McDougall?
Sorry, I'm just pulling up that report, pardon me.
Well, it's further to his question about a cafe. And I guess about our ability to have banquets or parties upstairs.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the cafe itself in the design has in it sinks, refrigeration, the ability to have cash or internet debit. Sorry. The cafe has designed in it countertop, sinks, hand wash sink, refrigeration areas under counter and in a display cabinet, has the cash and debit transaction capabilities, cupboard space, storage space, as well as in relation to a catering scenario, as you just mentioned, I think was your second question. That's a separate space that a caterer would come and do and utilize the catering serving area around the corner from there at the back of the building. And that is where a separate entity would come and prepare their foods to be taken to the performance hall.
But that's not an industrial kitchen, so I'm thinking the food would have to be prepared off-site and brought in.
Correct. It is a catering kitchen. So the intent is the caterers would arrive with their foods.
Councillor?
I have to say that I don't know what the right word is, upset, disappointed. This information about these changes came from Raw Design. The letter is from March 3rd. And here we are sitting at a special council meeting talking about details of design change. I really find that very inappropriate. But speaking to that, this information about the metals and how they would weather, I'm really surprised that a design specialist who must work with outside metals or must have ability to research this would, why, we were showing a couple of samples, there was a big hoo-ha about it. Why didn't they look into that at that point instead of presenting that to us at the 11th hour? And I don't think you have to answer that, but I think it's very unprofessional. With respect to the water feature, there's only one thing that everybody on this council agreed on. Oh, I'm not sure if Councillor Gilliland was on the council at that time, was a fountain. We were going to have a square with a fountain. And now we have this water wall. So with respect to taking it away, I absolutely don't agree with that. And I'm shocked, absolutely shocked in this time of the world that our consultant would have not considered circulating water in the fountain instead of draining it away. That's just how it's done. That's how it's done because of the cost of water. It's just environmentally done, and it's been done for a long time. I'm pretty sure our town park splash pad has that. So,
Councillor, I'll just some clarification. No, our splash pad does not have that. It's fresh water. It's not recirculated.
It doesn't have recycled water?
Nope.
Then I'm wrong. But in light of the fact that it's going to save us so much money in water, again, I just find it shocking that it would have been designed any other way. And it does not give me confidence in the design consultant. I see you want to answer me.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The intent, or think of the water wall, was with the site as it was was to pursue the flow-through system similar to the way the splash area has been designed, retaining water in the cistern that could be recirculated and used for plantings and from our parks department. So the intent initially was to follow that pattern, which is what was done for the splash area. However, being that it is not an area for public play, it is a display area, there wasn't the desire then to have that flow away, the water to just leave the site. So preferably was to go to a circulation system, not to mention the conservation of water, which is obviously our major goal. So first step was to parallel what was done for the splash pads.
Councillor?
Thank you. I can't see in the report, I have written down $175,000. I don't know how much that it would save us by recirculating this water, but it was several thousands of dollars. Do you have it at your fingertips?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, versus the flow-through, which is described here as the cost, approximately 82,500 was the cost of water loss to go with the flow-through system. Alternatively, the cost analysis of the recirculation is $5,400 annually, and that is for the operations of the pump. Once the water's in the system, it can circulate, and it's just a matter of the pump, utility costs, and the chemicals on an annual basis.
Councillor?
Well, any way we can save money is important. This could have been added to the value-added design that you presented quite a long time ago. But I really find it very strange that all of these things were not brought to our attention and that the consultant wasn't aware of these. To me, this would be just part of their job. So are we being asked tonight to decide on the aluminum and keeping or not keeping the water and recirculating it? What are we being asked here?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with the recommendation number 2 and the requests of that, the 328,000 additional funds would cover the inclusion of the recirculation water wall, and then ultimately when the bid came back, the small portion that was above tender. So the combined amount was within the council's approval of the 5% that council endorsed back at the time of heading out to tender. It's well within that, 328. That is what you're being asked today, is for the inclusion of the water wall based on a circulation system, and then the cost that came in through the tender.
Councillor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm pretty sure the water wall was included as part of the design, so why would we be asked to
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I feel that we felt the need to communicate with you that there was a change in that material, and that for your council's discretion to choose. Ultimately, if we have an opportunity to do any value engineering in the project, it is something we wanted to bring to your attention.
Councillor, you're at time, so I will move to Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm in favor of the tender and the amendments. I'm in favor of the project. And, I just want to answer some of the questions that's been floated around. And is this the right project? Did we do a needs analysis or business case? Do we do a community consultation? And given the COVID situation, are we being good financial stewards? And I would say yes to all of them. I'd say that everything, a couple of them are about scale and the degree. I recall 5 years ago when then Councillor Marakis and Councillor Thompson approached council with the reinvigorating the Library Square project. I was certainly, I thought it was a great plan, but I had something else in mind. I thought there might be a need for something else. But after going through the process and having an objective mind, talking to fellow residents, I felt that, given the decades-long delay and the talk of Library Square, I came to the conclusion as compared to some of you, a relatively new resident, I felt that this was the project that we need to go forward with. You know, people said, do we need a new meeting place where people can gather, or an art center? You know, we can debate that all night, but I think given the reports that we've seen over the last couple of years, we've already heard from our library CEO and our executive director and a member of the board from the Cultural Center that there is a need. You know, certainly when we, as proxies for residents and as board of directors of the town corporation, you know, we have to think of the future, think of the vision for what Aurora can and will look like in the future. And certainly when we, you know, when couples are starting up in life and they plan to have 4 or 5 kids, they're not going to buy a one-bedroom apartment because that's going to, they're going to run out of space pretty soon. You plan for the future. And so, you know, I've heard people say, you know, about the Armory that we still have excess capacity. You know, I'm sure there might be some capacity. Maybe it's 80% full, but you're not going to build something and that's just going to meet the need of the day. And certainly for here, when this project is built, I hope that there is some capacity so that there's room to grow in the structure. And that's what we as leaders have to consider, is we're building for tomorrow. You know, we've already seen the population studies, we all know them, and we're not going to remain at 63,000 for an extended period of time. We're growing. You know, last term we held a number of focus groups on the cultural precinct, as mentioned earlier. You know, after several rounds of consultations with consultants and residents, council felt confident to go ahead. And then in May 2019, the town's consultants, the planning partnership, and the BA group, you know, held a public open house to present options, designs, and review process of Library Square. In short, Library Square has not been a hastily conceived project. You know, quite the contrary. The underlying motivation for the project was to continue council's long-term vision of providing programming space for its residents. You know, so I'd submit that there's been a lot of consultation through this over the last several years, and you know, I'm quite confident in the financial position of the town of Aurora, and I'm confident that we have the means to pay for the project. You know, in the prior term, we initiated the multi-year budgeting process, along with looking at our multi-year, you know, our multi-year budget and our DC reserve schedule, and our overall revenue. You know, I feel confident that we do have the means to pay for it. I look through everything in the lens of the investment field, and you know, there's different ways to evaluate a company, a corporation, or an investment. You know, whether you have debt to equity, or sales to equity, or cash flow. And in a government corporation, it's the cash flow model that you use, because we certainly don't pay for everything all at once. It's all about incoming revenues and the cash flows, and to ensure that we can pay for the things that we are investing in.
Counselor,
based on the schedules that we have seen.
Counselor, you're at time. I'm sorry.
Holy cow, time flies.
Yeah, time flies. Thank you, I appreciate it. Counselor Thompson, second time.
Thank you, Mayor. The other question that you know, I've read and heard is those that are looking for us to delay or pause the project, and there are a few financial reasons not to delay this project. To date, we have spent nearly $4 million in design, fees, consultants, architects, environmental studies, and other expenditures to get us to this point. If we were to delay that project, it would mean having to go back out into the market and tender the project again. It is not possible to re-tender the same project without making a substantial change. Canadian case law has established principles of fairness with respect to the tendering process. If a municipality acts unfairly by engaging in what is known as bid shopping, it would be a breach of such principles that would be actionable against the town by the bidders. In a worst-case scenario, all of the bidders' costs and so-called lost profits from the project could be awarded to them. In the case of Library Square, this could add up to millions of dollars. So any changes would mean additional costs, and some of the money spent to date would be wasted. Also, based on the conversations I have had, it is highly likely the overall cost of the project would increase. Right now, there are not as many projects in the marketplace, and so builders are more aggressive in their pricing as they work to keep their people employed. If we were to wait and delay the project, the market could see an abundance of projects, and builders would not need to fight as hard to win a tender. It is the law of supply and demand. Right now, we have the advantage, but if we wait too long, it will shift to the builder. I also believe that it is now or never. I have read about and experienced the development of Library Square bumping along for 15 years. In the past, we have heard slow down, do more studies and analysis, have you considered this or that, better ideas, and they always popular. Let the next term of council decide. Any delay at this point would set us back a year minimum, in my estimation, and those who would oppose the project would be saying, let us delay it to the next term of council, or make it an election issue. Well, in 2018, it was an election issue. The majority of council openly campaigned on building Library Square. The details were out there for residents to see and evaluate, and they did. They re-elected myself, Councillor Kim, Councillor Humphreys, and elevated Councillor Maracas to Mayor Maracas. So I am fulfilling my promise to the residents to build Library Square. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gartner, second time.
Thank you. I wasn't going to address that, but as it's been raised, it is not possible from you, through Mr. Mayor, from Ms. McDougall, it is not possible to retender the same project without making substantial change. It could appear as though the town is bid shopping, would you say that in a COVID time, when a lot of projects are being put on hold, that we could possibly be accused of any nefarious purpose? Nobody has to answer that, but I would be very, very surprised if anybody could go after us for delaying a project under COVID. And in any case, there's a lot of maze in here. This may happen, it may not happen.
Well, Councillor, I'll let Ms.
just
Wainwright Van Kessel answer that for you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We can't say that one of the bidders would take legal action, but it is a possibility if they feel that we were not upholding our end of the contract and acting in good faith.
Councillor?
Thank you. I would submit that if we could give COVID as a reason for delaying the project, there would be no consequence to us. I remember somewhere along the way, Ontario Heritage Trust gave us their blessing on the condition that we do something about the water in the basement of the Church Street School. I haven't seen anybody talk about this. Is this a separate project, and how much will that cost?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the awareness of that is predominantly in the wing that will be removed. So based on the new design of the Library Square, with the wing being removed, those water issues are being dealt with, and the Ontario Heritage Trust is aware of that.
Councillor?
Through Mr. Mayor, for clarification, the wing?
Sorry, through Mr. Mayor, the elevator shaft and staircase that is being removed, that is where predominantly the water issues are.
Oh, that's good news. So it's not actually in the actual school basement?
No.
Councillor?
So follow up then, why would Ontario Heritage Trust make their approval dependent on that? Because that was no longer going to be part of the design. It was no longer going to be an issue. There was a whole new design coming in there, the atrium.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they have a vested interest in the school itself that could be compromised being an adjacent component. So if, depending on the design, if the outcome was to change and that elevator shaft, the staircase were to be incorporated or staying, they'd want to have some assurance that we were dealing with the water issue. The fact that we've confirmed the design that it is being removed, that the issue is being addressed in the design.
Thank you. I'll have to reread the report. From what I remember, they weren't talking about the addition. It was just generally water in the Church Street School basement. I think That's it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gilliland, second time.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. McDougall. Just real quickly before I point out my one comment, when we last spoke, I asked if we could get some sort of report showing some potential shortfalls by, October or the next 120 days within this tender. I just want to confirm that that was what you had said.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, based on our conversation, certainly we could do an analysis of the potential shortfall. It is ultimately going to look back at the business plan and do a consideration of a reduced participation or a modified participation and what that potentially would look like. It is ultimately going to be similar to even our facilities now. We don't ultimately know the operation model recommended by the province or regulations to that degree, but we can certainly guesstimate. And as far as timing goes, certainly within the next month or two, we could be back with that. I would suggest more on the 2-month, based on the timing of the summer.
Councillor?
Thank you. And in my opinion, this is exactly kind of what we need right now, especially with the new budget report coming in October, kind of giving us that wholesome view. And also, you had stated to refer back to the operating plan that was in March 2019, and that's kind of all what we've been kind of resorting to. But I do see that in the actual resolution, it does say that the draft operating plan be approved and finalized prior to the approval of the final construction tender. Goes on to say, in the conclusion, it states that staff will work to finalize the operating plan prior to the approval, and I don't see this finalized report.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the business plan as it was presented in 2019 is the final plan that we are working with. In reference to a final plan, or governance also has impact, and the governance model, as you know, is underway. We're working through on the governance of operations, and that in itself we will be working with as far as what the open the doors will look like. That's going to be something we are progressing with over the next number of months. As you are aware of, that's a separate side of the project compared to the capital side.
Councillor?
I guess my only comment is it does say finalize and prior to the approval, and my impression of when we got that report back in March of 2019 was, one consultant's view, and I don't necessarily want to be walking in this blindly, not understand the operational risk factors, and with this in the resolution, I would assume that I would be presented with something finalized, so I had something to go back on, and if anything, this is the perfect timing to get that. If you can come back within that 120 days before the tender expires, you give us a little outlook of worst case scenario with the best case scenario with the operational costs. Are we not in a much better situation to kind of understand what we're walking into? With this lack of information that I have, and I question, will the people utilize this space? Is there, enough cost recovery for this? And are we building something that will generate revenue for this potential new normal? Budget report coming back in October. This just goes hand in hand. We're going to have this report. So why do we not just choose to wait until October? What is the rush? We're coming back with a report from finance to kind of give us that COVID-19 outlook. We'll be well within that 120-day tender. It's not like we're throwing everything back and saying we're not doing this. We're just giving ourselves a little time to have a little assessment and understand where we're coming from. And to me, that would help finalize what the intention, I believe, of the resolution that we approved back in March, and it was a rather long time ago, over a year. So I question, are we designing something that will sit empty? And is this space, like the multi-purpose space, is this the best that we can do? And I did look back on the consultant's report and had some questions, and I did notice all the 5 theaters they use as a comparator, as a rental space to ours. 3 out of 5 of them all had over 700 seats. Only 2 of them had over 400, and I question whether or not that's a great comparator. There's just some holes in this where I feel like, why not take this opportunity and I mean, Councillor Kim, I believe you said in March you asked a consultant about the budget and revenue projections, saying the report is only as good as the assumptions behind them, and that if we know the environment better, maybe we'd have a better perspective. Isn't this what we're trying to do? Get a better perspective on what we're walking into. I'm not saying shelve this. I'm just saying buy some time. We have 120 days. We have a report coming back to council in October. The director has significantly said that it's no problem. We can have something to kind of give us that visual. Why not take advantage of that time while we have it on our side? Again, like it says here, we need to finalize. I believe the programming space is needed. The theater may need some innovative changes to best reflect our needs and community benefit. I like to say that, you know, through this adversity comes opportunity and innovation. And this could be a really great thing. I'm not saying, again, to stop this, but maybe, you know, this is the meat of the project, the theater. It really is the meat of the money. And if we're going to do it right, there could be, you know, maybe some changes along the way when you're doing this research with the, the COVID-19 impacts. Why not build something that'll be more pandemic ready, something that's broadcasting ready, virtual entertainment capabilities, stockpile rooms, something forward thinking and innovative. We have this time, and I think we had this, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. McDougall, I think you and I had a conversation where you thought that perhaps maybe there was some opportunity to explore some of those minor adjustments that would actually allow this space to be utilized and generate revenue through these times.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly with regards to opportunities, yes, certainly when change happens, we look to being creative and considering what that might look like, as we are experiencing today with even virtual experiences that we're doing. But I can assure you with regards to the performance hall, it is very adaptable, it is very versatile. It has the ability to go from for anywhere, as noted even in the acoustic studies that we've done, to be suitable from speech opportunities right through to instrumental. It has an array of opportunities. Versatility is built into this space. Certainly, with regards to an adaptable opportunity, we could certainly adjust. Seating capacity, spreading people out within the facility, but that doesn't come with structural change. That comes with an operational adjustment. And therefore, what I may be able to bring back to you regarding suggestions will be more of an operational consideration versus physical changes to the building. And the concern about physical changes to the building, if it's significant, it may only be suitable for that here and now versus long term. And so modified, smaller changes, as mentioned, one of the speakers mentioned the hand wave, sensor, touchless opportunities. I can assure you that's already incorporated into our facility. And spacing within the facility for a flow through and operational changes. These are things that I know will be coming forward with regards to an adjustment to operational, not capital changes. I wouldn't suggest a physical change to the building to suit a COVID or pandemic situation. Nothing to a major significance anyway. In the sense, meaning the hand sensors, those things are minor. We can do those if they're not done. In relation to the needs and the user group's participation, and is this still of interest, I think it's been evident by our consultation that we have done, even with the letters of support that have come in relation to this project to now, that continues to show that even in a COVID environment, our user groups that spoke up about supporting this project when we were submitting a grant application last fall, and when we were doing the business plan preparations, nothing has changed in their desire for this site, even though we're in the midst of a COVID situation. I have confidence that that won't change. So even though I can go back and do some assessments, I don't see them changing their opinion of this being a viable space for them.
Thank you, Ms. McDougall. Councillor, you got time. We are at our health break. So, Council, pardon? Council, if you guys are okay, do you guys want to finish the report and then we'll take our break? Is everyone good with that? Okay, so I got Councillor Kim next, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think before I ended last, I was just talking about the cash flow review, and I feel fairly confident with where we're at. and everything, when I review a large investment of the town, it's not unlike how I would consider my own household finances and how I would pay for it, and I concern myself with whether I have the ability to pay for it. So just again, I feel comfortable with the financials. And I do understand that, especially with this COVID environment, people are scared and concerned about this, unparalleled times that we are living in. I mean, I know from an investment perspective, when you look at, 95, 96, there was, the Russian ruble crisis. In 2000, we had .com. In 2008 and 9, we had the great financial crisis. And just recently with COVID, in March, the market dipped. And if everyone got scared and did not continue to invest, they'd be, behind the block ball. It's always in the scariest times that you continue to do what you're doing. You don't stop what you're doing because you're fearful of what may happen. What is a common saying that when others are fearful, that's when you make the investments. Opportunities like this, if this COVID is once in a generation, then the opportunity, you could say, is once in a generation. And related to COVID, we've had people say that, we're going to be, you're using all our hydro reserve fund, and we won't have our a buffer or our nest egg. Well, we've always had, due to the financial prudence of this council and prior council, we have a tax rate stabilization fund that's currently at $7.1 million. Our intention is to leave $8 million in the hydro reserve fund, which will make it $15 million. And I did the calculation in terms of what would happen if, I guess, a realistic worst case. So I wouldn't even say realistic, but what if a worst case situation happened? 20% of taxpayers, commercial or residential, can't pay their property taxes. It's always recoverable, whether they sell their property and we get our revenues that way, or however it happens. But even if we were not to receive those tax monies, we have 3 to 4 years of buffer based on the balance of the hydro reserve and our tax rate stabilization fund, which was meant for times such as that, should it occur. And if the crisis got any worse, and I would suggest that we'd probably have more things to worry about than COVID. And I think I'll just close with this, in that I know it's kind of more of a philosophy, because I know, again, from an investment lens, that high net worth households and families, it's all about safety of principle. And, I noticed that, many residents in Aurora, especially those who've been living here a while, they know that the hydro reserve is there. It's all about safety of principle, to just have that peace of mind that it's there. Even practically, it's really not needed, and the philosophical reason for it being there is to be used for a generational project for current and future residents to enjoy. So, I understand that from a philosophical perspective, when you are a saver and you don't like spending, or you're an investor and you don't like investing, it is a paradigm shift that many have to undergo. And, that's something I hope will, people will cross over as we transition into investing in Library Square. And, but in summary, I'm all for Library Square, and thanks staff for doing all the grunt work in making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallo, second time.
Thank you. And just to follow up on Councillor Gilliland's recent point that I also noticed, through you to Ms. McDougall, do we have a final operating plan? And if so, when was that approved by council?
Ms. McDougall?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. The final operating plan, or the plan that we're going forward with, is contingent on some of the governance adjustments. But ultimately, the business plan as presented and the funding in the operating budget as council approved is what we're working with. So as far as an adjustment or change requiring council consideration, that has not been brought forward or presented to council.
Councillor?
So through you, when did council vote towards a final operating plan?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to this project and the amenities that have been included in the project, again, the business plan, we don't foresee a significant adjustment. So as far as timing, bringing something back to you,
No, sorry to interrupt.
Oh.
I'm asking, when did we vote on a final operating plan?
Ms. McDougall?
with regards to that report, and ultimately the decision on funding the project regarding the operating funding dollars. So back in March of 2019, when that operating approval was based, you've approved the 720,000 increase for operating, and that is when you were last involved in the decision.
Council?
So
We haven't adjusted anything since.
Thank you. That, on March 21st, 2019, council approval moved by Councillor Humphrey, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Number 1, that report number CMS 19-009 be approved, and 2, that the draft operating plan be approved. So we approved the draft plan and finalized. So the draft plan needed to be finalized prior to the approval of the final construction tender. So I've just confirmed that we have never approved a final operating plan. We needed to do that prior to the final construction tender. Mr. Kirk, perhaps you can...
Ms. McDougall?
I was asking...
I
the
direct
clerk.
the questions, Councillor. Ms. McDougall?
Nice.
Based on that plan, again, that is what staff is facilitating and utilize. Council approved it at that time. There has been no adjustment or change. We're operating or planning the project based on that.
Councillor?
So based on the resolutions before council, we do not have not have a finalized operating plan. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to CAO, our solicitor, somebody to confirm that's a resolution of council. I've just confirmed we don't have a final operating plan. How can we move forward with the final construction tender?
Mr. Seal?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would not, I guess, in the strictest sense of the finalization of that operating plan, we would not have that until we had the governance plan. So the work that's been done on governance has been more about where those budgets will reside, but there's been no contemplating of an extension of that budget or that operating plan that was presented then. So I guess to the absolute finality of the operating plan, that would come through council agreeing to the governance model that will be proposed later. But that governance model has not so far and will not contemplate any change in the budget that council approved for the entire complex.
Councillor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my question is, the resolution before council in March 21st, 2019, is that we needed that final draft before we can approve the final construction. I'm trying to get an answer to that. That's a council resolution.
Mr. Seal, did we need final approval of the operating budget to move forward with the tender of the capital?
So I suppose that would be something for council to consider, whether they, as I said earlier, whether the actual final, which would be achieved by recognizing a governance plan, because only then would that budget be allocated to the various parties that are going to be involved. So we've eliminated a couple of the governance models that were proposed. So we haven't, I guess, to the nth degree finalized the business plan, to the councillor's point. But again, we expect that operating plan would simply, the finalization of that, the difference between what has been presented so far and the finalization of it would be simply to allocate who's doing what and therefore where the resulting budget goes. It is not anticipated to change the request that was made of council in terms of operating, additional operating funds.
Councillor?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, are you recommending that we move forward with this without having a final operating plan that is contrary to a voted upon council resolution? Is that what you're suggesting?
Mr. CL?
See, Mr. Mayor, I'm suggesting the council can decide to what extent they agree that they've seen the
I'm
final
looking for
plan,
your
given the
opinion.
changes.
I'm looking for you or the clerk who's responsible for the motions, your opinion,
Councillor,
an honest
this-
opinion.
This is a council decision. It's not staff's decision. It's a council decision.
And I'm seeking-
You're
I'm
welcome
seeking
to put
staff-
forward an amendment, Councillor. By all means, put forward an amendment
No,
of
I'm
whatever your
seeking-
choosing is.
I'm seeking staff input. That's my job.
And
That's their job.
they've answered your question.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the clerk whether this resolution stands, and I'll read it again, that the draft operating plan be approved and finalized prior to the approval of the final construction tender. We don't have a final operating plan.
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the best of my knowledge, the motion on the floor is in order. I'd need a recess to look at any further things. Maybe have to confer with other staff members as well.
Well, clerk has said it's in order. Councillor?
Well, members of council, I've just demonstrated to you that we have a duly passed resolution of council that is contradictory to what we're doing right now. I've confirmed we don't have a...
Point of order. Councillor Thompson, point of order.
The resolution speaks to presenting an operating plan before the tender is awarded. It doesn't say it's contingent upon it. So staff maybe have not followed through and provided a final operating plan, but it does not preclude them. I'm sorry,
Councillor,
I'm sorry, I'm speaking.
Is there a point of order? We need to hear. Councillor.
I'm asking how that's a point of order.
He's stating his opinion. I'll rule on it. You don't rule on it. The chair does.
Because you are making a statement that it is contrary to what is before us. I'm saying the two are not connected. It does not say that it is contingent. It just says that we had asked staff to present it to us before awarding the tender. You have a valid point to say staff have not presented it to us, but you cannot say this tender is out of order because the operational plan was not contingent on the tender being awarded.
And I find the point of order, and I'm in favor of the point of order. Councillor, continue.
Yeah, thank you. And the resolution says that the draft operating plan be approved and finalized prior to the approval of the final construction tender. Am I living in a dream world? I clearly understand what prior means, before, and we don't have that. It's very clear. It's black and white. Listen, do as you will. You've been put on notice that moving forward on this, you're making a serious error. Do as you will. I recommend you ask staff for their professional opinion.
Asked and answered, Councillor. Thank you. Council, everyone's spoken twice, unless Councillor Humphreys, did you want to speak again?
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of this last piece of the discussion, I just want assurances from staff. Are there going to be any changes in this operating budget or plan that was obviously not final, but I did hear a couple of comments that it seems to align or will not change, but I just need to understand that. So when it comes before us again, that there's no surprises. That's possible. Yeah. To perhaps through Ms. McDougall.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with the work of the manager of Library Square, working through the governance model, we do not anticipate any changes to what you've seen other than who is delivering the various services.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, Council, after years of planning and preparation, tonight, Council will be seeking the final approval to move forward with the construction tender and groundbreaking on the historic Library Square project. In doing so, we will take the exciting last step in a decades-long journey to translate ideas into action and realize a shared vision for the transformation of Aurora's downtown core. Now, we didn't get here overnight, and we didn't get here alone. Over the course of many years, thousands of residents, businesses, and council members have directly contributed to this shared vision, and it is stronger for it. Library Square has been a hot topic for decades, and most certainly at every election cycle. Every member sitting around this table has discussed in length the revitalization of our downtown core, as have the members of many councils before us. Why? Because we all recognize its importance and that our downtown core is Aurora. It's the very heart of our town. It's been that way for generations. The economic, social, and cultural hub of our community. Unfortunately, over time, our downtown, like many other communities, has been in decline. It has suffered from a lack of investment, and we have struggled to bring that long-anticipated vision for Library Square to reality. As a result, today, we have a downtown core that is in vital need of renewal. Tonight's approval is the next step in launching the Library Square project and overcoming the struggles we have had in achieving our town's vision. The project is not just revitalization of our downtown core, it's a reconnection. Reestablishing that connection is the key to rebuilding a vibrant local economy. It represents a significant investment in the revitalization of our downtown core, but importantly, in Aurora as a whole, so we can realize Aurora's potential to be a strong, vibrant, locally supported economy and community. Building on the investments of the library, the armory, and town park, Library Square creates a destination for people to gather and businesses to locate and grow. Library Square will have a complex of larger multi-use spaces and breakout rooms to provide businesses and community organizations a variety of options to hold their programs and annual events, thus providing spaces in our town that will give our residents a reason to continue to shop locally instead of neighboring communities and provide our businesses an opportunity to grow and thrive. Now, we've all seen the power of a well-designed public space can have, particularly when it comes to rejuvenating downtown. Experiences in other communities make a strong financial case for investing in our downtown. Successful downtown revitalizations have triggered as much as $10 to $15 of private investment for every $1 of public investment. So in our case, our $51 million investment could ultimately generate over $500 million of private investment in Aurora in the years to come. Now, these investments create residual positive effects for a thriving local economy and the ability to generate higher tax revenues, which will benefit all of us. Despite the recognized need to invest in our downtown revitalization, nothing has been done to effect meaningful change. For decades now, we've heard the same refrain: let's go slow. Let's get more information. It's not the right time to spend tax dollars. Decades of delay has led to further decay. Our businesses and residents have made it clear they want and deserve more. We had a very competitive tendering process and received very cost-effective pricing due to many companies seeking projects to keep their people employed. Construction costs invariably rise each year. Delays today mean the project will cost more later. Interest rates are currently low, and as the economy improves, interest rates will rise. We cannot continue to ride the merry-go-round of indecision. The studies are done, and we have a reasonable funding plan in place that acknowledges our residents' tax concerns and does not impact future tax rates. As we seek to recover from the ongoing impacts of the pandemic, it's clear that our local economy needs investment now more than ever. Now is not the time for inaction. There has never been a better time to make this investment in our community. Downtown needs our support now. Our community partners need programming space now. The longer we delay, the longer it will be before the critical element of our downtown revitalization plan can have a positive impact on our local economy. Investment inspires investment. Pausing doesn't stimulate the economy, it risks stagnating it. And over the past few months, I've had the opportunity to speak to directly hundreds of residents and business owners, and I can say confidently that there is overwhelming support for this historic project. However, as is the case with any large-scale community project, the support is overwhelming, but not unanimous. And I've listened to the views of those who say we should go slow, go smaller, and I acknowledge those sentiments. However, I firmly believe now is not the time for a smaller vision for Aurora. We need to do this right the first time and take a progressive action for a brighter future. Now, I'm proud of the work the previous council started, and this council will finish by taking the historic next step to making the long-term vision of our downtown core a reality. Library Square is a community-building project that will bring community and economy together. Our downtown core will return once again to being a destination for residents, businesses, and visitors alike, and our commitment to its revitalization will be fulfilled. In the words of Mahatma Gandhi, the future depends on what we do in the present. Thank you. And with that, I will call the vote, Council. Which ones would you like to separate, Councillor? You want 2 separated from the rest? So 1, 3, 4, and 5, and 2 on its own. Okay. Mr. Clerk? Yeah, I'll give it a second. Linda, did you get that? Thank you. Council, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 in front of us. Oh, sorry, 1, 3, it's just changed to a 2, so it's 1, 3, and 4 that's in front of us. So that is what we're voting on. I'll call the vote. That carries 6-1. Council, next we have number 2. This one's for the tender award. Call the vote. That carries 4-3. Council, with that, it is 9:28. We'll take our 10-minute health break. So if everyone can be back at 9:40, please. So we're just taking a health break. Thank you. Councillors, we're going to start again. Well, we got quorum. So, Council, we'll move to item number 2. FIN 20-019, Library Square, Final Capital Investment Funding Strategy. Someone like to move the recommendation? Councillor Kim, seconded by Councillor Humphreys. Comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. Call the vote. Councillor, I called the vote. Well, would you like to waive procedure? Because our procedure says once I call the vote. I waited 30 seconds, Councillor. I called the vote, and then 5 seconds later, your name popped up. Did you want to waive procedure to allow it? Someone that speaks to process all the time, our process and our procedure speaks to the fact that once the chair calls the vote, no one else speaks and we vote. Would you like to challenge? I watched the screen. It's right in front of me. Your name was not there when I called the vote. Would you like to waive procedure? Just waive procedure. We're process oriented. Well, if this council decides, Councillor, instead of getting angry and mad, why don't you follow the rules? Councillor, I'm staring at the screen. Are you insinuating I'm purposely? Is that what you're insinuating? Because then I'll call a question of privilege on that, and I'll ask for an apology at that point. No, I'm staring at the screen, Councillor. If you'd like to waive procedure, ask. You can put that forward. Thank you. Would someone like to second that? Councillor Humphreys. Council, waive procedure to allow for speaking, even though the order's been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you for following process. Councillor Gallo.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Clark?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did open the vote. A couple members of council had voted, so there will be, it won't count, but once we go close the vote, the vote will show, the screen will show the councilors who did vote and their votes.
Okay. And that's why we follow process. Councillor Gallo.
Well, I won't go on in terms of the pandemic and issues with that. I think it's been spoken of enough. I'm going to, on the same lines as my previous comments, go to procedure. And most of this you guys would already know because I emailed it to you, but we'll go through it. So I'm going to describe this evening some serious procedural errors that I believe have taken place regarding the use of the hydro reserve. On tonight's agenda, item 2 and 3 refer to previously approved funding strategies. On September 5th, 2017, staff submitted a report to council with the following resolution being approved: that report number FS 18-038 be approved, and that staff publish a public notice of council intent to consider allocating funds from the principal component of the Aurora Hydro Sale Investment Reserve Fund as required by bylaw 5439-12. In that report, it states, the planned public notice will indicate that such consideration is expected to be made prior to the end of March 2018. If such allegation discussion does not happen by then, a separate public notification will be undertaken as appropriate at that time. As we all know, the council resolution to consider spending the money happened on December 17th, 2019, which clearly is past March of 2018. In my view, a new notice should have been given at that point. On April 24th, 2018, Council changed the Hydro Reserve bylaw to make it less restrictive to spend the money. The original bylaw mandated that all of Council needed to be present during the vote. The change made on April 24th made it easier by only having 2/3 majority vote of the members present. 4 of the Council members who have publicly supported the Library Square voted in favor of making it easier to spend the money. The decision was done within 1 week and only 6 months from the 2018 election, as an added item to a general committee of the agenda. The infamous December 17th, 2019 special council meeting, where staff are indicating that we approve the use of the Hydro Reserve principle, has some serious procedural issues. The revised Hydro Reserve bylaw states that any expenditure or allocation of the monies from the principal or earned interest portions of the fund, as specified in paragraph 5 of the bylaw, shall be made by resolution of council as adopted by a vote of 2/3 or more majority of those in attendance at the time of the vote. Such vote may only take place at a regularly scheduled meeting or one which was duly called with at least 15 calendar day prior notice to all members. That would be considered a special meeting, and that December 17th meeting was not on a regularly scheduled calendar. The December 17th, 2018 meeting was a special meeting outside of our regularly scheduled meetings, and therefore considered a special meeting required 15-day notice. Robert's Rules of Order says this about special meetings. Special meetings always require previous notice. Special meetings notices must include not only the date, time, place, and location, but they also must specify all the business to be included in the meeting. Nothing can be considered at a special meeting if it is not included in the notice. This is the notice that we received on October 10th, 2019, plenty of time before the meeting. Subject, proposed special council meeting Tuesday, December 17th at 7 p.m. Good afternoon. Please advise if you are available to attend the special council meeting, Reed Library Square, on Tuesday, December 17th, 2019 at 7 p.m. No details of what was going to be discussed until the official notice came out on December 12th, 2019. Not 15-day notice. Further to the December 17th, 2019, and I'd like to ask the clerk, through you, Mr. Mayor, if he could pull up that meeting on December 17th and read the resolution of council, if that's possible. I would prefer he did it. I have it here, but I think it's better if it comes from the clerk.
Mr. Clerk, do you have it?
If you could please pause my time. Item 2, December 17th, 2019.
Mr. Clerk, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, item 2, December 17th, 2019. Moved by Councillor Humphrey, second by Councillor Kim, that report number FS 19042 be received. That the updated funding strategies for capital project number 81019 Library Square be approved as presented, subject to the results of the final Class A estimate and the town's grant application's success.
Councillor?
Thank you. So as we all know, that's a duly moved council resolution on December 17th, 2019, and I'll reread it. That the updated funding strategies for capital project number 81019, Library Square, be approved as presented, subject to the results of the final Class A estimate, which we got, and the town's grant application success. The success of the grant application. We were unsuccessful. That was the only meeting.
Time. I gave you an extra 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? In a hurry before I call the vote. Councillor Gallo, second time. Go ahead.
Thank you. That was the meeting where we approved the use of the hydro funds. The resolution that we passed was subject to the successful grant application. We were unsuccessful. Listen, I've gotten 2 legal opinions on this. It's very clear that we approved the strategies subject to, that's the resolution that we passed that night on December 17th, 2019. It was subject to the success of the grant application. We were unsuccessful. It's my view that we do not have a council resolution that is authorizing us to spend the hydro funds. It's clear the funding strategies for Library Square, which authorized the use of the hydro funds, was subject to the grant application success. We were unsuccessful, and therefore a new meeting with proper notice needs to happen before we can continue. No tender can be approved until that happens. In addition, as I described, proper notice for both the public notice of intent to use the hydro funds and council notice to approve the use of the funds were not followed. I would like to move that this item be referred to staff to be placed on the next available meeting agenda, abiding by the guidelines in the Hydro Reserve bylaw, and further, that staff provide a report on the pros and cons of delaying the Library Square project.
An amendment?
Yes.
Someone like to second that? Councillor Gilliland. Comments or questions to the amendment? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I don't know how it works, but I think that our council approved council recommendations. Well, they're I don't know, they're bylaws, aren't they? Aren't they? They're approved by bylaw, which is the equivalent to law for a municipal council. Oh, where did the clerk go? I can wait.
Mr. Clerk, did you get that? Councillor Gardner, can you state that again, please?
So, I mean, always we have reports, we make decisions on reports, we we have approvals, council approvals. Then those in themselves, I think, are bylaws. I'm not sure, but then they're all approved at the end of the meeting with the bylaw. So when we have a resolution that's passed council, aren't we obligated to? No. I would say we must be obligated to honor what's said in that resolution. I remember Mr. Nadarosny and I had a bit of a thing when about a consultant for the community energy plan, and it was supposed to come back to council for council to look at the terms of reference, and it didn't. And because of that, I think we delayed, unfortunately, the putting it out by quite a bit. I mean, we have to follow our resolutions of council, or else what are we doing here? So, I mean, Councillor Gallows mentioned a couple things. I don't know, 3 things. So don't we have to abide by those? Mr. Clerk, I'm sorry our lawyer's not here, but Mr. Clerk, I think we would be breaking all the rules if we didn't abide by our council decisions. And again, why would we even bother to sit here and debate these things if
Mr. Clerk?
What we approve?
Mr. Clerk? Or Mr. CO, did you want
to? Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly it's the intent of staff to follow through with the motions that council passes. There are other times when a motion includes a deadline or includes some order of things that gets changed, and quite often that is of no concern or consequence to what was being asked of, and those things, get pushed off of a deadline and those sort of things. So it's really, I guess, council's decision to what extent we have followed their direction by motion. For an actual bylaw, it does get a little more, my understanding is it's a little more precise. If you have a bylaw that's passed, then we have to weigh very heavily on the actual words of the individual bylaw, because that is the law itself. When it comes to the resolution, more than one resolution of council has been interpreted by staff, and resulting actions occurred that staff feel are consistent with the intent of the resolution as passed.
Councillor?
I'm sorry, do I still have the floor? I understand that if we pass a resolution and, we can't, staff can't do it, they can't do it. But I think that they usually come back to council and tell us that they can't do it. I don't understand how this could happen. And I don't understand how it could be considered right according to, I don't know what the Municipal Act says, but we have procedural bylaw. How could it be right according to our own procedural bylaw? I think we have a real problem here, actually. It's more than a conundrum. I think we have a problem of what's right and what's not.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I guess a couple things. I mean, I guess we can get out the dictionary and figure out the definition of everything. We talk about two strategies were presented to fund, and we were going to choose either A or B depending upon the success of the grant application. And obviously we were not successful, so that left B, and I think the report clearly stated that. The bylaw talks about allocation. Allocation is not spending. Allocation is identifying funds. We have been identifying the hydro funds as a source of this project for as long as I can remember. And we have approved many of those reports. If you remember back to the 2019 budget, there was a capital sheet on Library Square that called for the use of the hydro funds for $20 million. That was approved. Our 10-year capital plan has the Library Square in it. It also talks about the source of funds being hydro, and that's been approved. So, I mean, we can get into a dictionary and go over definitions and words, was it allocated, was it not allocated, but here's the interesting thing. As our treasurer has said throughout the report, is that the idea of using the construction loan is not just to help with cash flow, but it's also so that we don't have to draw from our reserves and take money away from our investments because of what it's earning. So theoretically, we're not even going to touch the hydro funds once this is approved. We're going to use that construction loan to manage it. And you can leave those hydro funds in that account for the next 3, 6, 9, 12 months, whoever. That's certainly, and if Councillor Gallo or others really want to go back at this and put out notice to the public and get involved, that's fine. And then if the alternative is if they don't want to use the hydro funds, they want to put a bigger debenture, like was done for the SARC for $20-some million, then great. Let Councillor Gallo put forward that motion to say, instead of using the hydro funds, I want to use the debenture for the whole thing. Fine, we'll vote on that. But allocation, we have always allocated funds from the hydro to fund Library Square. The question over and over was, how much? How much of that fund are we going to use? So there's no surprise here.
Councillor Gilliland.
Hello? Okay. Thank you through to Mr. Mayor. To Ms. Wainwright Van Cussel, to have a report back to council, the pros and cons proceeding to Library Square, is that something that can come back in a reasonable time by September GC?
Ms. Wainwright Van Cussel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the use of the reserves and the discussion is actually included in this report. I don't think any of our recommendations would change in another report.
Okay,
Councillor?
so maybe I'm not asking the question from reading the motion, report on the pros and cons of proceeding Oh, I see what you're saying. I was referring to whether or not we stop and pause, but maybe that's perhaps not specific. Councillor Gallo, through you, Mr. Mayor, that wasn't specific to the pause. It was more or less the actual strategy itself. That's okay. I got it. I was quite interested in what you had to say, Councillor Gallo, about the grant application success. I think it did really kind of was a bit of a game changer in trying to understand what the actual motion had said, and bringing this to our attention really does kind of, you know, put us back on what the procedures are and what that bylaw is. And if I can reflect back in 2017, I think it was very specific that depending on the success of the granting application success was important to everybody around council. And we're talking about, again, jeopardizing, you know, the tender based on the grant, and, you know, should we wait? And we all kind of felt that we would have another opportunity to kind of talk about this and make a final decision if it didn't happen. And kind of here we are today. But what I believe we're in reference to at that time was voting that 2/3 majority and not really quite understanding that we were allocating the entire funds no matter what the circumstance or outcome was. And I think that the misconception here is that, you know, assuming that it was on the successive grant application. So I support Councillor Gallo's motion. I think that we should take that time. As you all know, the operating in COVID does affect how we change things moving forward, especially on an operational standpoint. And I would like to utilize that 120 days and get that finance report back in October to come in tandem. And I don't know why we just don't wait and reflect and take a look and see what we're doing moving forward. Those interest rates are not going to change drastically between now and October. It's a variable rate. It's the same. It's if we're paying what we're paying this month, we're paying the same next month because it's a variable rate. It's not a locked-in rate. So I don't see why we can't take advantage of the time of that 120 days. I'll let somebody else talk around the table and go from there.
Thank you. Any other comments to the amendment? I'll call the vote. That fails. Back to the main motion. Councillor Gallo, you still have the floor. You have 3 minutes and 5 seconds left.
Thank you. I'm not shocked at all at that. So I guess I'll just conclude by once again, putting you on notice that should you approve this, you are moving forward with something that's contrary to a council resolution, and that is a very serious issue. You should be aware that there are many people out there that, you know, and I don't want to say this as some kind of a threat or something, but there's a lot of passion out there for this issue, and they're well aware of what's happening. Now that they hear this, I wouldn't be surprised if some legal action is taken. I just to backtrack 1 second. On the December 17th meeting, as I described, none of us knew that that was the meeting that we were approving the hydro funds. Unless some did, I don't know. I didn't. Wasn't part of the notice. I had no idea that I was voting to approve the use of the hydro funds. That was linked to a very specific bylaw with a very specific process. 15-day notice, 2/3 majority. Councillor Gardner wasn't even at the meeting. It bothers me to no end that I was put in that position and nobody told me that I was voting to approve the use of the hydro funds. If you guys are okay with it, that's up to you. You guys have to justify how you feel about that. I was comforted by the resolution when I voted that night because I knew it had to come back. And I knew it was contingent upon the success of the grant. It was in black and white print in front of me, and that's what I voted for. We didn't get the grant. And to me, it was always, it's going to come back to us for a final vote to use the hydro funds if we don't get the grant. This concept that I don't want to use the hydro funds is ridiculous. That's not at all what I'm saying. What I am saying is process needs to be followed. We didn't follow it. What I am saying is follow the process. Schedule another meeting. Give the proper notice. Put it to a vote. That's what I'm saying. And you guys are sticking your heels in. Your heads are in the sand. You're going to plow through this, ignoring what I'm genuinely telling you is true. And you're going to move forward. And there are consequences. Well, there are consequences to every decision we make. This is a pretty big one. Very big one. Believe
Councillor,
me.
you got time?
When I say that lawsuits are not pretty,
Councillor,
I spent
you're at
5 years
time.
in a lawsuit.
Councillor, you're talking about process, yet you're going through against process. I mean, you can't suck and blow. Councillor Thompson.
Through you to our CEO, Mr. Nadarozny. Mr. Nadarozny, the issue that Councillor Gallo is raising is not new. He brought it to your attention. My understanding is that you circle back, you talk to staff, and in their and your professional opinion, we follow process. Would you care to elaborate?
Mr. CEO?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in review of the points, some of the points, in fairness, that Councillor Gallo raised tonight are a little different. We didn't hinge on the word success and things like that. We didn't talk about, but the essence of what Mr. Gallo raised, staff did go through the process, the reports, the timing, the bylaw, and our town solicitor is confident that we have followed the bylaw. Could there have been things stated more clearly, or could we have, portrayed things better? Yes, I will acknowledge that there are some areas where we could have done a better job communicating. But I think through the some of the other reports, in terms of what Councillor Thompson has mentioned, in terms of the 10-year plan and the capital budget, we're confident that we've also, in the end, communicated the intent and followed Council's direction.
Councillor?
Thank you. So, in our staff's professional and legal opinion, we have followed process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Humphreys, first time.
And just a couple of comments on report FS 19-42042, December 19th, on page 9 of 12. It clearly addresses the funding plan should we be unsuccessful in the receipt of the ICIP grant funding. And it's clearly shown there that the Hydro Investment Reserve will be utilized in place of the grant. So I'm not confused, or I knew what I was voting on. And it clearly states Hydro Fund Reserve. So that's just my comment. Oh, and one other comment. Someone mentioned, I think, that we were relying heavily on the grant process to see if we wanted to move forward with this project or not. For me, it was 10 years ago, as it evolved to now. The grant would have been fantastic, but we didn't get it. And the Hydro Fund is meant for legacy projects such as this, which is why I'm comfortable with this moving forward. Didn't depend on me for grant or no grant.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other comments or questions? Call the vote. Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you.
Council, I'm going to remind everyone, you need to push your button if you want to speak. Don't wait till the chair calls the vote. Councillor Gilliland.
Guys, I have a lot of computers in front of me tonight since I'm not used to this new COVID environment with these plexiglass, and it's a little bit hard to reach my button in a timely fashion, but I'll try my best to make sure that I do that a little quicker. All I really wanted to communicate is I'm really disappointed in the fact that We are ignoring Councillor Gallo's points about what was discussed on December 17th. It's quite clear that there was some of us who found comfort in the granting success, and even though I was definitely in support of Library Square and the funding, I thought we all were going to have a wholesome look if we did not have that granting success and what that would look like moving forward. That is what we're looking at today. But that 2/3 majority in that bylaw, I can assure you that is not something that was communicated to me. And in fact, tonight, even where we were being told about even the delegations, Mr. Mayor, you did point out every time before we voted, we needed 2/3 majority. I don't believe that was stated at all during that meeting. So I do agree with Councillor Gallo here, and I would have appreciated to have that pretty clear as to what we were committing to. We didn't get the grant, and things change, and we did not at all predict COVID. Again, I say we sat there and we're talking about jeopardizing the tender based on not getting the grant and let's go out, but yet no one seems to be talking about the prediction of COVID. Why? Because this is something that happens once in a lifetime, and it's important that we have this opportunity to sit back and reflect on that. And I agree. It should have been clear, 2/3, because there was a lot of moving parts, a lot of variables, and a lot of things were changing. The budget has changed exponentially since I first started on council, going from, I guess, maybe around 30 million up to maybe about 50, and plus an additional purchase of land. Who knows where this is gonna increase? Again, spending the hydro funds to support something for the community, I think is absolutely fantastic, and I still do believe that, but there's still so many unknowns, and the fact that we're not even giving 120 days to even step back and think and see what this budget, this report coming back in October to give us a wholesome view of our revenue losses with our rinks, our programming spaces, the effects of COVID-19, and our outlook looking forward. Why are we not waiting till at least we get that report in October? We're not losing anything or losing any money. We have that 120 days, and we are awarding that 120 days. And it's not inappropriate for us to wait that long, and we're not bid shopping within that time. I think the whole world is on pause and scared to go forward. I mean, even Bill Morneau has gone on record saying it's going to be a rather long recovery. The federal government's proroguing. Local MPP tells me, well, we're going to step back and we're going to reset and we're going to think about what the economy is moving forward. We're going to pause and reflect. Our own federal government saying that. And it's inappropriate for us to do the same and think about moving forward like we have that crystal ball. We know what it's going to look like in 2 years. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to stay in my lane here. I don't know, and I certainly am not going to predict the future. I love Library Square. I love everything about it. Operationally, I do believe that there is some concern if we are actually building a component of this theater that may not give us the revenue we need. We could be on the hook for increased operating costs beyond 2022. We didn't look at that. We weren't presented with any of that. We only have what's going up until 2022. There's no mention of anything in 2023 moving forward on operations. And now that we've got this in front of us, I just feel like we're being pushed into something that really isn't necessary. We have that time. And I'm pleading with everybody here to just take a moment, take that 120 days, and let's wait for that budget report and at least have a little bit of a look to see if there's any changes and maybe some tweaking that we have to do. I'm not saying it has to be something major or something that's going to devalue it, but certainly it feels like we got the Mercedes fully loaded Library Square right now. And we were in a great financial position at the time to make our case. Yeah, let's do it. It's great. We're in a great financial position. Yeah, and I love it. But sometimes you go and you get that car, you say, well, you know what, I think I'm not going to take that sunroof, and you know what, I don't think I need the heated seats, but still a great Mercedes. Why are we not taking that look?
Time, Councillor.
I really hope the rest of council can help.
Time, Councillor.
Move forward.
Time, Councillor.
And think for that 120 days.
Councillor, time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, and I appreciate Councillor Gallo's attention to detail, but it just seems like Councillor Gallo uses the details when it's appropriate and it suits him. You know, we've the last 2 years, you know, whether it's process or certain details or words, you know, we pick at these words. But, you know, I remember the timing and that meeting, and I knew full well that there were two options, funding strategies presented to us. I do recall saying that the hydro funds is our primary source of funding this project. And even if the grant was not successful, that was, you know, if it was successful, it was a nice to have. But I was fully intent, reading this report and prior votes and the fact that the Library Square funds were in 2 previous reports, you know, I know your detail, but you must have missed that. And, you know, I would have called the point of privilege for you assuming that this was all planned and we try to pull the wool over some of you, and that's categorically untrue. You know, could staff have worded this better? You know, certainly. You know, when I read it again, I could see it as, you know, contingent on an application success, but I see success as results. I mean, when you read through the whole thing and look at the context of the report, it's clear that there's 2 funding strategies and either one would suffice. That was my interpretation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gardner.
Could I just have some clarification? I'm not sure from who. Councillor Kim said that the Library Square funding was in 2 previous reports. Was it in the previous reports for information, or did we make a motion to approve it?
Well, I think as Councillor Thompson mentioned, we also approved it during the 2019 budget.
Pardon me?
We also approved it during the 2019 budget as a council.
We approved to spend it in the 2019 budget. Well, you know what? Then I have to tell you, somebody's not doing their job.
Well, that's the beauty of when you speak to staff and you have conversations and you don't just come to the table without being prepared.
Sorry, Mr. CEO, you're at the top of the chain. We had I was on that council. We had very specific policy to do with the hydro funds. And it was changed just, 2/3 seemed reasonable, having all council present in one place. That could go on for months till we had that. But we have the policy. Who's in charge of ensuring that council knows the policy and is following a policy?
Councillor, I would suggest that each councillor is responsible to do their due diligence. It's not on staff to be responsible for you to do your work as a councillor.
No, excuse me, 100%. If we're getting a report from staff
Absolutely.
that says we should be spending the money, then we and there are parameters. We have to know the parameters. I can't know everything.
So did you ask staff? And I'm not going to go back. We shouldn't be debating. But
of course I didn't ask it.
Well, then that onus falls on you,
It's
Councillor,
not
on staff.
Okay, we'll just stop. It's not my responsibility to know the parameters of a policy. Anyway, I just this is starting to. This is all getting pretty ridiculous here. We either follow our policies and our bylaws and our procedural bylaws and whatever the Ontario Municipal Act says about motions we pass, or we don't. Somebody's got to clarify this. Do we have to follow the letter of the law? I think Councillor Thompson, because my daughter was post-surgery then, but I think Councillor Thompson seconded it. It was a motion that was passed by this council. Don't we have to honor it? Somebody needs to answer that. Maybe we need to take a break and have Mr. Duran speak to our lawyer.
Mr. Seal?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think we need to have a break to determine whether or not we need to follow our bylaws. Obviously, that is something that, that has to be followed. The difference I believe that we're discussing here is the difference between the verbatim words in a report versus the next steps that are taken in comparison to the actual bylaws. And the final arbitrator, my understanding is the bylaw, and that would be the final thing that we would go to and determine whether or not we are in line. And as I said earlier, in this situation, with all of the various points that have been raised about process and intent and the verbatim words in a report, what we have determined is that we have followed the bylaw associated with the hydro fund.
Councillor?
So so then if I'm understanding it correctly, a motion of council doesn't have to be followed word for word. Sometimes we can just. Does a motion of council have to be followed word for word?
Mr. CL?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, clearly the intent of staff is to follow motions that are passed by council. There are plenty of examples of where word for word, the outcome, the final outcome, the next step is altered a little bit from the resolution as it was worded. The degree to which that conflicts with the intent of council would be something that we would police and determine whether or not we had to return to council for something for clarity or with an update, or whether the change was not really significant in light of what council's intended path was for staff to follow. And so yes, those judgment calls get made and they basically get reaffirmed when we do come back to council to close the loop on that motion. Sometimes, as I said earlier, as a simple example, something will say that something comes back by a certain period of time. And if it doesn't come back in that period of time, it's not like we necessarily would come right here and ask for an extension. And if that's the will of council to do that, we could certainly do that. But we've had a little more informality with some of the actual words in a council resolution. We don't have the same flexibility when it comes to a bylaw. A bylaw, at the end of the day, must be followed verbatim. And so when we get into a conflict between the wording of we've had the same, quite frankly, the same opportunity to interpret the resolution differently than the body of the report, depending on how it's written. And so our final arbitrator is the bylaw, which we don't have the same, or we haven't taken the same liberty to interpret, and we follow the bylaws. And in this case, the information that was presented to us over the last week, that is the review we've done. We could go back, if you want, and go through every report and every intent and map this all out, and I'm sure you'll find a few things, as I said earlier, that could have been made clearer or presented in a different way for clarity. But I can tell you that after a very thorough review, the town solicitor has assured me that she has no reservations about the fact that we have followed the bylaws.
Councillor?
Well, I've been doing this job for a long time, and when resolutions are passed and then a report comes back to council, it always has, the council resolution on it as we've passed it. And I would like to see an instance of, I'd like to see a few instances of where a council resolution hasn't been followed. I don't remember any. That's why that one about the community energy plan was so, just stood out to me. I don't think we do that. I think we follow our resolutions. So I would appreciate knowing where we've changed a resolution, an insignificant change.
Councillor Thompson, point of order.
I'm finished anyway.
The motion before us speaks to two proposed adjustments. That's what the motion calls for. A change to the proceeds from the sale of municipal land reserve and the outdoor recreational development charge. That's all this speaks to. It doesn't speak to the hydro reserve. If you want to continue the debate about the hydro reserve, it's more appropriate in R3 when it does make mention of everything. This motion before us just asks for 2 minor adjustments. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll vote in favor of that. Councillor, anything else?
Never Neverland?
Anything else?
No, I'm fine. But I did ask Mr. CEO a question. I'm hoping he can, or Mr. Durand can show us some resolutions that have been changed from the council resolution.
And Councillor, and I would be happy to have the clerk do that as well. I'm sure he'll come up with them, but I can also remind you, I sat beside you last term right there, and you specifically argued many times that the resolution in front of us.
I'm sorry, can't hear
You
you.
argued many times. We sat together right over there.
Yeah.
Last term, and you argued many times. I can point to actually probably 3 of them where you've argued that the process wasn't being followed, the resolution hasn't been adhered to, and you argued those, and in all 3 instances, council said disagreed with you in the majority. So those, and I'll pull them up for you as well.
Then please show them to me. I'd appreciate it. And where motions have been changed insignificantly. Show me those 2, please.
Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. And speaking with Mr. Gartner, getting clarity on the linkage between item 1 and 2, and I think it's imperative to understand that how we're voting on this does link to item number 3. So through you, Mr. Mayor, it's important to Ms. Van Kessel that, you know, what's reflected in how we're voting on this does have an effect on how we're voting on item 3, because they link together, do they not?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the 3 reports before you tonight are part of the overall project for moving forward. So this report before you now talks to how the project will be funded, and the report that follows talks to how the pieces that need to be paid over time, the financing strategy for issuing debt for those portions of the development charges and the tax funding.
Councillor.
Thank you. So having said all that, and I think I've made my point the last time I spoke, and I'm not going to repeat everything I said. But, you know, for me, I want to see this in a future council meeting after we have this report from finance to show us what the implications are of COVID-19 and the impacts we've had within the town and what that looks like. 120 days, we have lots of time to move forward with this project and hold on to that tenor. So I'd like to make a motion to defer to a future GC or council meeting within the 120-day tender period until council's had the opportunity to review the fall budget report that highlights the impacts of COVID-19.
An amendment? Is that an amendment, Councillor?
Yes.
Someone like the second? Point of order? Pardon? Yes. That's my understanding.
I believe both are linked to one another, so how this is moved forward on this needs to be moved forward on the
Would
other.
someone like the second, the councillor's amendment? I'm not seeing a seconder, councillor.
All right. Well, that's the misunderstanding and the linkage, because I do think it's important on both, so disappointed.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I just want to refer to, it was brought up about shouldn't be, spending money at this time. Governments are looking at being cautious. I might remind everyone around this table that actually governments are doing record spending at this time. When you move into a recession, you spend to get out of a recession. You spend to boost the economy, to help the residents of not only our municipality, the province, the country. I'll remind everyone there's $1 billion of infrastructure money coming from both the federal and provincial government. Newmarket is spending for the Mulark Farms. They're not pausing. They're not stopping. King is looking at building a rec center. Georgina looking at building another rec center. Vaughan is continually to pump money into the VOC, into the center of their town, because they understand the importance at this time. Markham, York University, being approved, coming in. Money is being spent to develop economic benefits right across this province. This is the time to do it. So to state that money is not being spent by governments to spur economic growth, that's a misleading comment. I'll call the vote. That carries. Mr. Clerk, move to item number 3. Fin 20-001, Library Square Final Capital Investment Financing Strategy. Someone like to move the recommendation? Councillor Kim, Councillor Thompson, comments or questions? Councillor Gallo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Gardner or Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel. I'm just trying to find my notes. The proposed financing strategy speaks to getting a $38 million construction loan as per the report. The agreement with the Ontario Infrastructure requires that this debt be further secured by the town's upper tier municipality, York Region. Has that been done?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it has not been done yet. It is scheduled to go through York Region's council process in September. And generally, the way the York Region runs through this is that the approval is done at the local level first, and then it is done at the upper tier.
Councillor?
So it is scheduled for September.
Yeah, that seems a little odd to me that they are relying on the upper tier municipality to underwrite it, yet they wait for us to approve it first, and we're approving this once again subject to their approval. It just doesn't make sense to me that they're underwriting this, yet they haven't agreed to it, yet we're agreeing to it right now.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is a requirement of the Municipal Act, which is that the upper tier must secure the debt. The upper tier municipality also has a credit rating, which is why they are actually able to issue debt, and they issue on behalf of the local municipalities. And their process is that it must be approved at the local level first before it is approved by York Region.
Councillor?
And that's fine to me. There should be a subject to. We approve it, subject to they approving it.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's very unlikely that they would not approve it, from my experience in working at York Region.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that, but they have not approved it. They have not officially approved it. And the appropriate thing for us to do is, if they need our approval, we, like we always do, like the previous motion, we approve it, subject to them approving it and underwriting it. That's not what's before us. We are approving this outright and crossing our fingers, hoping that they will do it. And if they don't, then we don't have approval.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the loan can only be awarded through Infrastructure Ontario with their approval. I think with 99.99% certainty, they will approve it. So I have not seen an issue in the past where York Region has not approved on behalf of a local municipality. This is actually a very small amount of debt in relation to the amount of debt that they would issue on their own behalf. And we are meeting within our annual repayment limit, and we are not hitting our debt ceiling. So we are meeting the procedural requirements to be, or policy requirements to be able to issue this debt.
Councillor, before I go back to you, I just need a motion to extend. Moved by Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor, just a hands. Opposed, that carries. Councillor Gallo, go ahead.
And I appreciate that. And under normal circumstances, you're probably 100% right. But in today's environment, I bet 99.9% of the people in March, if I told them there's going to be a global shutdown, they'd laugh in my face. We have to take that into account. We can't ignore that. I can't agree to this on principle. How could I agree, sitting here as a council member, to $38 million, knowing full well that the region needs to underwrite it in order for us to get it, but their meeting is in September?
Anything else, Councillor? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question would be directed to Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel. Investing the town's reserves in this project will reduce the amount of investment income we can earn. How will this affect the operating budget and the reserves in the future?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the money that is earned and the investment income earned on this reserve goes back to this reserve. So yes, while it will reduce our overall portfolio of investment income, it does not mean it's going to have any impact on operations. Currently, we do have investment income of $1.6 million that does come into our operating budget. We are, as part of our fiscal strategy that will come forward next year, looking at ways to reduce this reliance, similar to the way we did with the supplementary taxes, and looking at developing long-term reserve policy as well. So a lot of this will get addressed next year through that, like the overall reserve picture. There's not going to be an impact from using this reserve on the operating budget, but again, like the interest that is earned on the hydro reserve returns to the hydro reserve.
Councillor.
Unless the hydro reserve isn't there. But, okay, so let me think if I could. Okay, so if I understand it, your answer, we're dependent on the reserves and the interest the reserves generate. At the moment, we're dependent on $1.6 million to fund the town's operations, and we're using the rest of the money the reserves generate. Well, actually, we're using them for the purpose that they're intended, including capital projects.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so the investment income that is earned by our portfolio, our investment portfolio, we do have the allocation of the investment income earned by the hydro reserve that returns to that reserve. The rest of the investment income, there's $1.6 million that comes out and goes to the operating budget, and the rest gets allocated to the remaining reserves. And the investment income that goes to those reserves helps those reserves grow and can only be used for the intended purpose of that reserve.
Councillor.
Thank you. So, the interest that the hydro reserve is earning, we're not using that to directly top up our reserves or for operating?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Currently, no, we are not.
Councillor.
That's all for now, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel. We had spoken earlier in item 1 about the impacts of spending our reserves, and I was hoping you can embellish about that and what it's going to mean in 7 years when we decide to use all the hydro funds.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So with the use of the hydro funds, we would allocate the hydro funds essentially to this project. What we are looking at doing through the multiple stages of issuing loans for this project is the first portion is a contractor line of credit, which is similar to a home equity line of credit. So you draw on it as you need to. You don't have to take all the money straight up front like you would with a traditional mortgage. The advantage of this with the $38 million ceiling is we are able to take our money and invest it during that period of time. And that continues through the period of time when we hit substantial completion. At that point, we have to convert that line of credit into either floating rate capital loan or into a long-term debenture. So we are proposing going forward with that floating rate capital loan for a period of up to 5 years, and that is also at the variable rate. The variable rates are currently at 1.67% and 65? Sorry, yes, 0.65%. And the long-term debenture loan rates are currently at 1.85%. What we did today was we took a look at what we could do with our money during that period of time, because that capital loan, that floating rate, we can hold that for up to 5 years. So if we were to take, say, just for a round example, $20 million and invest it for over the next 18 months, we could earn a rate of return of 1.7% on that amount, which would, after we pay the interest on the loan, would be earnings of $300,000 based on the current rates that we have them today. It was interesting to find out that the longer term investments actually did have a lower interest rate of return. The 18-month was actually one of the better ones.
Councillor?
Thank you very much. And I think I understand what you're saying, and just to kind of make clear that the contractor line of credit is also variable, so that could change within the next couple of years, up to the completion or substantial completion, which is estimated 2 years, and then thereafter it's still, again, a variable rate, which we really don't know or predict, so it could be anything up to 5 years. And then from there, we don't know what that debenture will be. We're just guesstimating, up to 20 years at a fixed rate. Again, we're just kind of estimating on today, 7 years from now what that rate would be. But as little as December, it was 2.66. So it does really change kind of, what we are looking at in the future and what that looks like. So I know this is estimations, and I just want to make clear that these are variable rates, and it's not something that we're locking into or have that opportunity to until that long-term debenture. Correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The only locked-in rate relates to the long-term debenture. The variable rate, the floating capital loan and the contractor line of credit are both variable rates. The interesting thing I mentioned about we asked for a 5-year rate for investments. If we took our $20 million today and invested it for 5 years, the rate of return that we could get is 1.31%. And for 7 years was 1.43. So we did find it interesting that the 5-year rate did dip a little bit. It recovered a little bit more in the 7-year, but the nearer term investments were actually giving us a higher rate of return. So that indicates to us that where we would invest the money, they're not expecting rates to increase too much in the future. I'm sure Councillor Kim could speak better to this, but from his experience, but we're not expecting them to increase too rapidly.
Thank you. And just understanding the chart and the projection, 2027, that would be when we would decide whether or not we're going to allocate, the portion of the funds. And I think it's mentioned in item 5 that the treasurer be authorized to determine the appropriate value, repayment period for both the floating rate capital loan and long-term debenture to be issued when it's required within the constraints as defined by council. So are you suggesting at that time you'll be reporting back to council?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll be reporting back to council, but the constraints that we see for issuing this long-term debenture is based on two factors. One of them is the interest rate at the time, and the other is the amount of money that we have to repay the loan. So the repayment of the loan is going to be a combination of development charges, and it's also going to be a combination of tax levy. So through the multi-year budget in 2020 and 2021, we are phasing in a 1% increase, which is $510,000 for the repayment of the tax levy portion. We will be using that money over time to pay back some of the loans so that hopefully by the time we get to 2027, we can issue the loan for either a shorter period of time or for a lesser amount. So that's why we want to take advantage of these low rates and try and earn money on the money that we're essentially borrowing to try and reduce that overall period of time that we have to pay this loan back.
Thank you. And as far as the development charges, this is really based on an estimation of development charges that we may get over time. So we're not really going to get them right away, and we really can't predict what that's going to look like. So you can kind of expand a little bit on that projection, and if it's conservative or what our or maybe our worst case scenario in a position, like how would that change things?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So our development charges, based on the ones that we're looking at issuing the debenture on, are expected to be collected based on the development charge bylaw over the next 10 years. So development charges are contingent on market conditions, so it could come in faster or it could take longer. So by issuing a debenture over 20 years, it's giving us that time to actually say if they don't come in as fast as what we expect. But again, if during that period of time, once we get to 2027, if we happen to have enough growth and do not have to issue that debt, then we will not issue the debt.
Councillor?
Got you. I got that all answered. As far as, you know, and again, and I'm just trying to look forward as far as, you know, if we were to want to invest in some other major capital projects. I mean, it was mentioned around the table how we're going to grow in 2041 and 2031 and all the needs of the community. And I know Library Square is a great example of, you know, giving some benefits to the community, but we've also got an aquatic feasibility study that's showing, you know, a definite need in our community amongst maybe some other things or community centers. And I'm just wondering how, as far as like in 2027, when we're in that spot, how that affects or impacts our services and what should we be looking at or being riskful or mindful of?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, through our capital planning, we need to do a better job in predicting what some of these larger scale capital projects could be. This helps us plan through our development charge bylaw for some of these projects that relate to growth. So for example, a new aquatics facility would be a growth related project. So if we understand the size and scope of these projects earlier on, we can plan for them through our development charges and ensure that we're recovering the appropriate amount from growth. We do have an opportunity every 5 years to redo our DC bylaw, and it gives us the opportunity to reset those rates to reflect what the latest information is and update those capital projects. We do have a service level constraint on development charges. Unfortunately, they're not a very simple thing to calculate, but we do work with a consultant that helps us with that. But we would take the information that we have to be able to reevaluate those on an ongoing basis. And we need to make sure that those growth projects are accurately reflected over time. Now, an aquatics facility, for example, since that's what you mentioned, portion of that is going to be growth, but some of that will be a benefit to the existing community. So that portion would have to come from a non-development charge source of funding. So we'd be looking at possibly tax or some other reserve to use.
Councillor?
Thank you. So I think you answered my question I was really looking for, and that, you know, if we are going to be investing in some of these bigger capital projects and not having that hydro fund, and I know it is used for community benefit, but it is important to understand that, you know, we could be looking at, you know, impacting our tax levy, whether or service levels or something looking down the road, and that's certainly something we need to be mindful of. You said offline, I was having a conversation that you were going to come back with council in the spring of next year with more of a fulsome view of our capital plan moving forward. Can you just kind of let me know a little bit about what to expect on that meeting?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we will be coming forward with the 10-year capital plan and capital budget this October. So that information will be coming to council. What we are looking at doing next year, probably in late spring, so end of second quarter, is bringing forward some fiscal strategy and policy related to uses of debt, capital reserve requirements, some policies on how we manage reserves over a long period, and establishing what our reserve requirements could be over a longer period of time. Now, that analysis is just getting underway, and it is going to take some significant time to put that together. So we are targeting to have that done in the first half of next year.
Councillor?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel. If we were to wait for this report in October, we could still partake in this financing strategy, which, you know, I do feel it's slick. It's a great, you know, strategy that's put forward. But waiting till October, is that going to affect the financing strategy you presented today? We could move forward with the exact same strategy if we're happy with that, and away we go.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it will have a significant impact on the financing strategy. If we were to move forward with this project and we have approved the awarding of the tender, then we need to get the financing strategy approved so it can go through our council and then also through the York Region Council. And then we have to work with the province to get everything set up and established. And this does take a couple of months to get it set up and going. So we want to make sure that we've got the financing tools in place before we start getting into some of those larger capital expenditures.
Councillor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Actually, I would suggest that we ask for an extension to go past 11 o'clock so that we can ensure that we complete this first, and then I'm happy to speak.
Sure. Someone like to second that? Councillor Kemp? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Thompson, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel. Rachel, I'm assuming that, you know, in the last month or so, you've had conversations with your counterparts at the region with regards to the construction of a line of credit. Is that accurate?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the construction contractor line of credit is through Infrastructure Ontario. Mr. Gartner has been working very closely with them to understand the different financing options that are available, including the contractor line of credit and the floating rate capital loan, and then when it needs to be converted to the long-term debenture. And I understand it's being issued by them, but I'm referring back to the approval process itself. I'm assured that the region is aware that we are going through these steps and we'll be approaching them for the approval of this line of credit.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, they are being involved. We've been talking with them about this over the last 6 months or so. So they are aware of our desire to move forward with this. They have their companion report ready to go for their committee of the whole for September. And I believe that might be next week. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel. You know, I assume you have a good relationship, and so does Jason, with them. Have they given you any indication at all in the last month that due to the world outside, that they would not approve this, or there would be a challenge getting this approved?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, they have not given us any indication that this would not get approved, and I would be surprised if it did not get approved. I think this is very likely that the report will go forward very cleanly through the Regional Council.
Councillor?
Thank you. Again, through yourself to Mrs. Wainwright Van Kessel. Would the report be similar to our reports whereby staff are making a recommendation to council? And if that's the case, do we know that York Region staff are making that recommendation to council to approve this?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, they have a report that is a recommendation to their council. Their report also will include the resolution of our council if it has been approved here. And their approval is contingent on our approval this evening.
Great. Well, you know, overall, I certainly want to thank Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel and Jason Gartner and the rest of the staff who have worked diligently on developing a sound financial plan for this large and complex project. Since we were first presented with the fiscal strategy back in March 2019, I'm sure we have all taken the time to speak with staff, ask questions, explore alternatives in the pursuit of developing a strong understanding of what is being proposed and why. I know I did, and I am satisfied our highly experienced, qualified, and knowledgeable staff have done their due diligence and have presented us with the best fiscal strategy to pay for this project, manage the day-to-day operations of the town, and to minimize the impact to the taxpayer. As earlier, I spoke about some of the questions I have heard from residents through emails and conversations, and one of the bigger ones was, how will this project affect me and my taxes? Well, the money to build Library Square comes from our reserve funds and not from the budget or operating funds. Each reserve fund has a dedicated purpose. The Development Charge Reserve Fund, the Community Benefit Reserve Fund are for growth and projects like Library Square. The Hydro Reserve Fund came about because they sold a community asset, and the intent, to my understanding, has always been to use it for another community asset. In this case, the building of Library Square. Each reserve fund identified as appropriate and suitable for this project, and the use of the debenture and line of credit is just good business sense. When I started on council in 2010, our total reserve fund balance was $63 million. Today, we have grown that balance to over $100 million, and all of it is invested to earn income. In 2019, the town earned almost $5 million in investment income, so it makes absolute sense to use a line of credit at 0.65% or a debenture at 1.85% when our funds have been earning 3 to 4% a year. Even when this project is finished and the line of credit is paid off, we will still have over $70 million in total in our reserve accounts. So the money is already in the bank, and we can afford this project without adding any undue pressure to the taxpayer. As for your taxes, the past 5 years, we have adhered to our budget principles of inflation plus 1% for growth. This means that from 2016 until now, the average tax increase has been 2.95% over that period of time, and we have planned to maintain taxes around 3% for the foreseeable future. This decision was made by council before COVID and will not, in my view, increase substantially after COVID. But in terms of real dollar, the tax pressure from Library Square accounts to, on average, $12. Or, if you divide that pressure on 2021 and 2022, $6 a year. I can assure you that everyone around this table will be looking for savings and ways to mitigate that pressure so there is no additional increase to your taxes. So for those who have expressed their concern, I understand, I'm sure all of council understands, but I hope you can see that we have been planning this for quite some time, and the fiscal policies and strategies we have in place will help us to manage this project with little to no additional impact to you, the resident. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kim.
I just wanted to add one point. I know that when people talk about variable rates, you know, they're concerned that rates will rise, our interest payments will rise, and our investments from our reserves will not. You know, there's been a lot of, you know, what's been called quantitative easing to encourage lending. But even if rates were to rise in the short term before it moves on to the long-term financing structure, our investments will rise with it. It's in the short term, in any inflationary environment, it's highly correlated in terms of your investment returns as well as investment returns. So the difference or the differential between what's been described here as 3 to 3.5% return versus 0.65 lending rate, that gap will likely continue to exist even if rates would go up to 2%. Our returns will probably be 5, 5.5, 6. So I'm not terribly concerned about short-term rates rising. It's highly unlikely given that every central bank in the world is trying very hard to keep it close to zero. So from a practical perspective, I do feel comfortable with the funding strategy, and thank you to our finance team for creating those options.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that this is the most critical decision that an Aurora Council has ever had to make. Because of the importance of this, because I wanted and needed to be present this evening, I decided to take a chance and not have surgery today. So that's pretty much says how serious I think this is. The residents trust us to run the town efficiently and to build a secure future for them. I don't think spending $1,000 per resident on one project represents that.
Thank
I'm
you.
not finished.
Okay.
In this time of COVID, this time of financial uncertainty, when so many residents and businesses are struggling, we can't take any chances. We need to be on the right side of history. Organizations, corporations, municipalities are following the path of caution. Let's do the same. Our future financial health may depend on it. COVID was mentioned at the table, and when it may go on, it's not going away anytime soon. New Zealand was able to get rid of COVID for quite a long time, and guess what? It's back. 4 people brought it into the country. We can't count on it to be over when the construction is over. And even if there are only potential repercussions, possible harms of going ahead with Library Square, this is not the right time, and this is not the right project. Our council needs to say no. Our council needs to say no. That is right, and that is a responsible decision. I am finished, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallo, second time.
Thank you. Just through you to Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel. Hypothetically speaking, if the region does not approve the underwriting of that construction line of credit, what would be the outcome?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if, which is very unlikely, the region did not approve it, we need to understand why they did not, and until that time, we would have to use our own source funds from our reserves to pay for the project as things got moving, which would forego the opportunity for us to be able to earn those investments on the reserves.
Councillor.
So as it stands through you, should that not go through, you have the authority to use the reserve funds to make the project go forward?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, from the second report on this agenda, that shows the funding strategy for the project. So that shows the funds that are to be pulled from reserve for use in this project. This report is the financing strategy, how we can finance and take best advantage of our investment portfolio over time. The only challenge that we will have is relating to the tax levy portion of that. We'd likely have to do some interfund borrowing to be able to manage it if we were not able to go forward with debt. And that again would reduce our overall investment capability.
Councillor.
Through you, my question is, if York Region does not approve it, do you have authority to spend our reserves in order to move the project forward.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, through report 2, yes.
Councillor?
Thank you. I'll just conclude that, you know, I've said it before many times. I'm a huge proponent of the arts. Sit on the board of directors for the Cultural Center. I was on council when we established it. I know the value of the arts to a community. And if we were sitting here and debating this project on its merits, you know, no problem. We can agree to disagree and we move off. What I've presented tonight is not an argument that I disagree with the merits of the project. To me, what I've presented is significant issues with the process. And that is not going to go away, even if we approve this right now, tonight. That is not going away. And that's where I have the biggest issue. We could have followed the process, and we didn't. I did my best prior to this meeting, to alert all of you and staff that we weren't following process. And it fell on deaf ears, unfortunately, and we have a very different opinion on how motions work and bylaws. You know, we've set the stage for the rest of the council term. Who cares what we write in a council resolution, because it doesn't really matter. That's what we're saying tonight. I've demonstrated that in black and white letters that we don't have authority to use the hydro funds, yet we move forward. And I've heard no good argument telling me otherwise. And the public is also watching. I think we've received over 140 emails in the last 4 days opposed to this. And I don't take that lightly. And I don't think I've ever, in the nearly 10 years that I've been on council, seen that kind of a movement. So let the chips fall where they may. Voting for this, to me, is a huge mistake. And I dare say, you know, it may even be a vote to remove those who support this from council in the next election.
Thanks for your opinion, Councillor. I'm sure I'll make sure to make note of who doesn't vote in favor of this as well at the next election. Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think I was a little passionate item 2 about my motion. Kind of forgot that we already awarded the tender. I would have liked to have seen this reversed and talked about the financial strategy and the funding before awarding the tender. It definitely would have made much more sense. I definitely would have rather have had the opportunity to review the budget report this fall, so we kind of had an updated current of events, how COVID-19 affected in tandem, to help us kind of better understand our position. Clearly, you know, that ship has sailed. Again, I've always been steadfastly in support of the arts and the Library Square project. Just the way it has kind of come about with this little thing called COVID has really put a whole thorn in my side in how we've been moving forward with this. I know we've been talking about other projects that have been going forward and other municipalities, but you know, yet we didn't really highlight the one in Guelph where the mayor there is putting their library project of $67 million on hold for the exact same reason. And by the way, they asked for the exact same grant of about 36 or 38 or some odd $1 million, and they were refused. And there was nothing really special about their finances because they had some debt. It's not the same comparison, because I know it's been stated that Aurora looks like we're in a great financial position, and that was kind of one of the reasons why. Well, according to what I read, that's not so true for them. So to me, I suspect that perhaps maybe the province and federal governments are holding back some funds because they need to think about infrastructure projects like roads and stormwater management and bridges and transportation. Try and get people to and from places as we grow and people are working more remotely, businesses are downsizing. We really don't know what that new normal is looking forward. And for me, my big crutch was with the operations side and awarding that tender and understanding where we were operationally, because at the end of the day, we're going to build something that's going to be not generating revenue. And we're going to be operating at a loss. Are we really putting our best foot forward? And I really wish that we took that 120 days before awarding that tender to at least have a wholesome view when this report came back in budget, to kind of give us that plan. Clearly, Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel said that was the report we were going to get, and it makes so much more sense to kind of have that in tandem. I don't see why we couldn't have waited. So I'm disappointed because I do support Library Square, but because of how this is moving forward in COVID, I can't see myself supporting this at this time.
Thank you. First and foremost, I just want to mention, we've listened to the expertise of our staff, our CAO, our Director of Finance, our Director of Community Services, our solicitor, and they've all said we followed the process. To say otherwise, once again, is misleading, and it's just an opinion. And as far as, Councillor, the library in Guelph, they still haven't even voted on it yet. They're going back. They're going to discuss it. And we'll see what happens with that one. But in York Region, projects are going ahead. And the province and the federal government aren't pulling back any funding, so I don't know where you're getting that information from. As I mentioned, $1 billion in infrastructure. Council, if there are no other comments or questions, I'll call the vote. That carries. So we'll move to item number 4. There's a memo from myself. Should I pass the chair, Mr. Clerk, on this one? Or is it just a memo? That's just a memo. Someone like to move this? Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Kim. Comments or questions? This is just housekeeping, just to let everyone know. Councillor Thompson will be joining JCC and replacing me on that starting September. There was some urgency to get this in on here just so he could start in September, so that's why it's here in front of us. Is there any other comments or questions? Call the vote. That carries. Bylaws. Someone like to move the bylaws? Councillor Kim, Councillor Thompson. Comments or questions? Call the vote. Councillor Gillan? Pardon? For the bylaws, Councillor. That carries. Confirming bylaw. Someone like to move that? Councillor Kim, Councillor Humphreys. Call a vote. That carries. Council, before I call for adjournment, I did want to thank all of our staff for their hard work that they've done. And not just our staff, last term staff, previous council staff, previous councillors. It's been a lot of work. I'd also like to recognize Colliers, Project Leaders, Inc., the project management firm, Deepu Ballerman and Les Cam. The planning partnership prime consultant, Dave Lesner. Raw Architects, architectural firm, Roland Rom Kolthoff, Thomas Nemskeri, for all the work that they've done. This is a historic moment in our town, the revitalization of our downtown core. And I also do want to make a special mention. I did mention that previous council started this. I do want to make a special mention for all the work that they've done in driving this forward as well. Former Mayor Daw, former Councillor Paul Perry, and former Councillor Jeff Tom, for all the work that they've done on this as well. It's an exciting time in the history of our town, and I think everyone's looking forward to it. With that, I will call for adjournment. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Kim, Councillor Thompson, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.